My inspiration is activism and justice, because when I was illustrator, I always make things with political commentaries, and always that gave me problem because you're fighting, and I love that because I love activism. It's part of my identity. And when I become toy maker, I said, okay, I'm not going to make commentaries or political commentaries anymore, because I just want to make toys with glitter and ponies and nothing else. But it was impossible. I made a buff of it, but then I made the Femininja, and then I made the Abort Simpson, like it's a March engineer that made another thing with her life. Hello, everybody. I'm Sophie Lee. My name is Sofia Libertad, what it means no feelings and freedom. And the contraction is Sophie Lee. I start with Punk and Pop Toys since 2017. I've been making toys around 6 years. I start with toys that I had on my childhood, like My Little Pony or like Care Bears. And then I start to make toys that I couldn't have in my childhood because I was a girl. Nowadays, I am some like a non-binary person. So when I was a girl, when I was a child, I used to want like toys like He-Man or, for example, Star Wars figures, and I couldn't have because my gender. So making toys gave me the possibility to make by myself my own version of those toys. My influences are my activism and my studies in anthropology. In Argentina, we have a very, very good university where you can learn anthropology. It's very well known around the world. So I think those are my influences. This is inside the Punk and Pop. It wasn't easy at all to start to make toys being a woman. For example, in Argentina, there are a few people making that, like around 6 person or 7 person before me. I've been the first woman in Argentina making bootleg toys based on action figures. And it wasn't at all easy to start because I asked a lot of people to learn, and it wasn't easy. And I learned a lot through the videos from Instagram and asking people from other countries. Every field is difficult to get in if you are a woman or non-binary or another identity that is not a man. What I'm saying is you have to fight. For example, trying to buy some stuff or materials when you are in a shop, and it's not common to be a woman buying something like machines or whatever. I felt that the trade for me, it wasn't the same like a man, and this is an adversity that I had. Maybe when a woman started to make toys, or when I started as a woman, it was weird for example, the scene of my country. And at the beginning, it was difficult to make friends, and there are more in the scene hostility. But for that reason, I start to make friends in another countries. That it was my way to survive on the scene, like making relation with people away from the scene of my country. I met, for example, Dove from BKA and start to make exclusive for him. And I'm continually part of different shows, for example, in the States. people invite me and love me, always help me with everything, and I make very strong friendship with people, not especially from my country, but from States, for example. So that happened trying to survive being a woman in the scene. This is my story. I can say my first action figure toy or bootleg toy was the Baphomet. It was a mix between Baphomet and Boba Fett vintage figure, and I started with that. Also, I made a Femininja, that is the feminist warrior version of Wonder Woman, based on vintage Wonder Woman action figure from Superpower. Also, I made my line, My Deviant Pony, based on My Little Pony G1, the one generation of ponies. I made a lot of figures. I made figures, for example, for exclusive for DKA Toys. The first one was User of the Force. That is a figure based on Tron, the original movie, and it's like a mashup between Tron and Star Wars. Also, I made another exclusive that it was Steel Carbonite Dual Spark. It's a double pack, and it's like a couple of Han Solo and Leia, but in a traditional tattoo version, like a pinup version of them. I love that pack, and I also made Crimson Ronin. That is like a samurai version of Vader. Outer Space Density, that is a figure based on the vintage figure of Darth Vader, and based on Back to the Future, in a very, very well-known scene when Marty presents to his father. And it's like a mashup of popular culture in that movie. On 2022, I made Always in Motion the Futurist. There is a figure based again in Vader. I love the vintage figure of Vader. And it's like a mashup based on the Zoltar Fortune Teller. This exclusive, for example, it has on the back one card to tell you a fortune. So if you get the toy, you have a card also to know your future or your fortune. Also, I made many toys based on traditional toys from Argentina. Like, for example, Valijita Juliana. It was a very popular toy in Argentina in the 80s. It was some kind of very little suitcase. You have the possibility to have the Julian mother. It was all, of course, it was for girls. And I decided to make my own version of those suitcases using the old one suitcases, but with feminist content. Julian Witch, like to make rituals. I made also the Ferencia Cultiva, that is the same suitcase, but with everything related to wheel or to work with the earth. I love to make toys. I don't know why, but maybe it's destiny. I think and I feel that I never stopped to be a child. I feel that I'm a child today, and give me a lot of satisfaction. And I used to be an illustrator for many years, and I used to love, since I was very, very young, sculpture. And also, I studied anthropology, and I almost finished my career at university. So with toy making, I feel that I found the way to mix everything in one thing, because I can make comments, social comments, cultural comments through the toys, and that is very anthropological work. And also I can make the figures, I can sculpt, and also I can paint, and also I can make the draw for the packaging. So it's something that can make me the possibility to do everything in one thing. Every time I make a new toy, I feel that it's the last one. I don't know why, because it gets me so tired, because it's make 25 toys of one exclusive, for example. It takes a lot of work. It's a lot of time to make the cast, to paint, to make the packaging, that everything is handmade. And I have another job, my regular job, and I think maybe it's the last one, maybe that always some new idea connected with my heart appears and it me forced to still making. There is something that give you a limit, that is the mold, because you can use the mold more than, I don't know, 20 times or 25 times, or maybe if you have luck, you can use the mold 30 times, but you have the limit with the mold. So when I make a new toy, this is the limit for me. But then when people ask a lot of that toy that maybe is sold out, okay, maybe depends how many people want more. Can I make another mold? And it depends if I have the energy. I'm a memorabilia collector, like I have like a miscellaneous things of G.I. Joes or vintage toys from Argentina, Motu, My Little Pony. In Argentina, there's a big scene of collectors. In fact, I live a big collector that is my boyfriend. My boyfriend is a collaborator from my brand. I'm Pisces on the zodiac, and I feel my name, the name of my brand, Punk and Pop Toys, is related with that, because like in Pisces you have like one idea to prove in one way and you can go to another way. So Punk and Pop combines two different worlds, because I'm part of the punk and I love pop culture. Of course I have to choose a name that works in Spanish and English. So for that reason, I choose that name. I think everyone, independent in the gender, have to follow his dream, and more if you want to make toys. If you want to make your toy, you have to start anyway. So this is my message for everyone. And survive wherever the country is. And if it's difficult in your country, you can make friends in another place with another people, because now we have Instagram, we have my WhatsApp, we have everything on our hands to make it possible. You can find me with the name Punk and Pop Toys, wherever the social media is in the zeitgeist, because now we have Instagram, but tomorrow we don't know. So I'm going to still with that name, so you can follow or find me with this name on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or email punkandpoptoys from Gmail. And wherever the social media come in the future, we don't know, but the name is going to be still being the same, Punk and Pop Toys.
After starting so late, like at 36, I feel like I'm making up for lost time. So I can't see myself ever being bored, because there's just so much to constantly learn. So anytime I'm creating, it's because I just want to try something essentially, or try to do something better. And so why do I create? I think I just have that obsession at this point of just trying to get as much done before I die, because I'm already feeling, that's where the joints start hurting every morning now. So it feels like that timeline is definitive, and I need to get as much done. Again, leave stuff behind like goofy He-Man bootlegs that will live on forever maybe, who knows. All right, so my name is Mark Quintero. My art name is Kind Nuggets, and kind of a goofy name. Kind of comes from Monty Python, a Holy Grail joke, kind of goofy thing. But anyways, I'm a veteran teacher of high school English for the last 20 years, and had a midlife crisis and basically started doing art. And as a result of that, I've kind of transitioned into doing English and art as a high school teacher, as well as kind of going crazy and just trying to do all kinds of art for myself, for shows, for like designer toys, trying to do painting, sculpting, just kind of a little bit of everything. At this point, I consider myself a teacher, but kind of still got that imposter syndrome, but I'll call myself like an independent artist, mainly sculptor. I've been doing art since I was about 36. I'm 43 here. So I've loved art as far as comic books, toys, action figures, all that stuff my entire life. I've loved it, I've collected it, I've hoarded it, but again, I never had the confidence to do it. And after a certain point, I guess when you get older, you just stop caring and you're just willing to do more and more things. And that's basically what it was, the trigger. I just kind of wanted to do something else. It wasn't for show, wasn't for any sort of attention. It was just because I kind of wanted to do something. I was bored. And gradually kind of just got obsessed. It was kind of like tapping something in there that was always there that I didn't know, and it just kind of opened it up. Ever since then, I think I literally done art, try to do art every single day since. The type of art that I've created is a lot of like fan art stuff initially, starting off with, and that's kind of how I learned. I painted a lot of stuff that I liked, I repainted a lot of stuff that I liked, but the type of stuff I wanted to make now is kind of my own interpretation of Mesoamerican, Aztec, Mayan type of traditional art. I still want to do the like merging it with like He-Man toys. I want to do everything. I want to make gnomes. I want to make goofy pumpkins. I want to make goofy Halloween stuff. I want to airbrush things. I want to make graffiti art. I want to make just basic figure sculptures. But again, where I want to end up is kind of with that Mesoamerican aesthetic, I guess. So my favorite stuff to work with is clay, like polymer clay, super sculpey stuff, monster clay, things like that I've been using, and that's pretty much what I mainly work with. I love clay, I love getting my hands on it. I do want to eventually learn digital sculpting. When I say eventually, like tomorrow, next week. But as far as traditional stuff, I like feeling things in my hand. I like seeing it, I like the 3D aspect of it. I've collected toys all my life, and I just think having that physical thing in your hand is the deal. So right now, monster clay is what I'm using. I live in California, therefore the weather kind of dictates when I get to use monster clay, because sometimes we get so hot that that stuff is super soft and it's kind of hard to work with. So those kind of days I shift over to polymer clay. But if you're thinking about sculpting, I generally will recommend Super Sculpey just because it's so available. It's the first thing I ever used, the first sculpt I ever did. Felt like total Play-Doh. I hated it, I didn't like it, but I did another one and it got better, and I did another one and it got better. So every clay's gonna feel difficult, but I think if you just keep going, it's gonna get there. So right now, monster clay, and from there, who knows? I'll try something else when it comes out. As far as influences, comic books, toys, McFarlane toys was one of the first things that really kind of blew my mind. Seeing those sculptures, seeing that detail just was next level. I fell in love with that stuff. I collected it for years. So I'd have to say that that was a major influence. Like movies like Labyrinth, seeing like those puppets, seeing those monsters. I fell in love with that stuff too. And Garbage Pail Kids, I remember seeing those and thinking like, this is weird, this is goofy, this is inappropriate. But that also told me that that's what art can be. Art can be goofy, it can be inappropriate, it can be random weird. And then recently, like in the last 10 years, going to like places like DesignerCon, seeing Sofubi, I didn't know what that word meant the first time I went to DesignerCon. And then just seeing this kind of random, weird, just strange designs, like crazy monsters that don't come from any films, don't come from any shows, nothing. It's just out of nowhere, just comes out of your brain. I love that. And I thought like, you can just do this stuff and people like it and people want it. And that made me think like, I can do that too. Crazy stuff, monster stuff. The first time I went to DesignerCon, I met a guy named Ryan B. Soto, and he was sitting there. I talked to him, the guy is super nice. And being around artists like that was super inspiring, because here I am, a brand new artist, kind of walking into this place full of these amazing, brilliant people, and they're all nice, and they're all willing to help you, and they're all willing to kind of give you advice. And in fact, I met him, and then we communicated on Instagram, and then a year later, I had a table at DesignerCon with him. Within a year, like of me kind of starting this stuff off, artists like that, like Mike FX, artists that are willing to give their time and share, and are willing to help you and figure things out. So like me and Ryan would start molding together, and we're like figuring it out. And again, we're like spending all night sometimes figuring out how to do like this type of mold, and that's the way to learn. Or you gotta mess it up yourself. So the artists that inspire me are basically all that stuff that just flooded my brain as a child. And then right now it's all these like amazing artists that are accessible. And that's the crazy thing about this art world, is that some of these people that are brilliant, that are wonderful, that are fantastic, they'll respond to you. They'll have these workshops where you can just sign up and take them and learn directly from these people. I was always a collector, so I would say I'm a collector probably first. And the reason that I probably save money now and collect less is because I started spending a lot of money on art supplies. I collect, again, comic books. I've had decades and decades and decades of comic books. And then toys. Right now, my collecting right now kind of focuses on just random weird stuff. If I see something and it's weird, I don't know where it's from, that's usually the most appealing thing now. In the past, I've collected Marvel Legends, G.I. Joe, He-Man, huge He-Man fan. I didn't have those toys when I was a kid. My brother had a lot of them, but a lot of those I never even saw until like I began collecting later in life, when you have those pictures available online. And so that inspired me to make a lot of that type of stuff. As a kid, I loved toys. I had toys. I didn't ask for a lot. I didn't want to ask my parents. I saw my dad straight grinding, constantly hustling. I saw my mom grinding, hustling all the time. But I remember every single toy I had. I had that Mad Ball football right there. So the stuff that's probably worth stuff in my collection is probably not really the stuff I care about. But this right here, going to Kmart, looking at the three options, you saw the football, you saw the basketball, you saw the soccer ball, and my mom's like, pick one. And this is the one I got. And on eBay, I've looked at the other ones. I'm gonna get those things. I'm just trying to find a good price on the other ones. I'm gonna get all three of them. But this is the OG, this is the one I had, this is the one I got at Kmart, and this is the one I've kept ever since. It's been displayed in probably every single, like, in my dorm room in college, in my bedroom here, in my garage where I'm in every single day, but this is my girl piece right here. I remember having Lock Lips Mad Ball. I remember having the Dungeons and Dragons Fang playset thing. I don't even know if that was the name of it. I remember having the Rancor. I remember the Gamorrean Guard. Like, those are the ones I had. I had those, and those are the toys I cherished. So I didn't have a lot of toys, but I loved that stuff. I absolutely loved it. And then when I started getting a little bit of a disposable income as an adult, then again, I kind of went a little bit crazier though. But literally my first paychecks, I was buying Power of the Force figures. That was an investment. That's how I paid for this house. Yeah, right, it was worthless, but I loved collecting it. I loved like going to those stores. I loved buying all that stuff. And then I sold it for like 30 bucks, like 20 years later when I was trying to, again, like do something to my car or something like that. But the point was, I love the hunt and I still do it. And every time I kind of go to Target, I'm always gonna walk through those aisles, every single time. At this point, I'm not done, but that boy right there, that guy right there, is probably gonna be the piece that I'm gonna be most proud of. It's gonna be the proudest because that is literally the longest I've ever spent on a sculpture. That's mine. I'm kind of, everything there is just coming straight from my brain. I like to design things on paper, but that never works out. I just kind of go and figure it out as I sculpt. It's gonna take me a while. It's probably gonna take me the rest of this year because I promised myself I'm gonna work on it every single day. When it's done, I hope it's something I'm super proud of, but if it's not, I'm gonna be proud of the fact that I challenged myself, or I forced myself to go huge. I have to learn how to mold that thing because that's a different type of mold than what I've done. And then when I'm done with that, I'm gonna have to learn how to paint at that scale because I haven't done that yet. And then again, I don't have any plans to sell that. If somebody's interested, yeah, sure, I would, but that's for me. Like that's something that I need to finish because as an artist, that's one of those things that it's gonna be that milestone. That's gonna be how I track my progress. Yes, I sell my work. So I do sell things. I used to sell kind of more because I kind of felt like I had to rationalize the amount of time I was spending on doing art. I sell it at DesignerCon, if you're familiar with that show. Monsterpalooza, I sell at Monsterpalooza as well. And then I basically go off of Instagram. I have a web store that I occasionally populate, but usually it's just like Instagram and then these shows. I love selling in person. I love kind of that interaction. But the kind of stuff I sell, I've done kind of white cell sculptures. I've done more just kind of smaller sculptures. Resin casts, I paint, I sculpt, I mold, I cast, I pretty much do all of it. So when I sell stuff, it's all made literally in here. So sculptures, magnets, resin, painted stuff. So I guess my end goal is just to get as good as I possibly can. I enjoy the journey. I enjoy the drilling, the practice, the gradual, slow progress, but as long as I'm seeing it there, that's what makes me happy, and that's kind of the goal. Sometimes I hate the fact that I'm never satisfied with some of the work, but at the same time, that's what keeps me honest about, hey, this thing is not popular, nobody cares. Because nobody cares because it's not that good. So you gotta make it better, and that's kind of one of those things. It's just, if people care, that's great. Sometimes they don't, oftentimes they do. So that's not the goal. Ultimately is just getting better at what I'm doing. That's it.
I think what I enjoy the most is making important, lasting relationships with people in the toy community. It's not finding that next grail piece, because I've found some incredible pieces for nothing. I went to a flea market last year and found a Kip Killigan, and if you know Small Soldiers from Hasbro, that's the grail in that line outside of an Archer. Found them for $5. Yeah, it's exciting. The thrill of the hunt is very exciting, but the thrill of being able to talk to people for hours about why they love toys is what I enjoy the most. My name's Cody Williamson, and I guess I'm a collector. I wouldn't consider myself a collector strictly because toys, collectibles, memorabilia has always been a part of my life from my very earliest toy memories. It's just been constantly around me due to my father. My father has always been a collector. He's been a huge influence in my collecting journey. And I think through osmosis, I kind of just picked all of this up just by being his son. He started being a comic collector, and I think his love of comics and pop culture and movies, all the different aspects that come along with the toys, really influenced me growing up. And I never had a conscious thought to start collecting or to amass, certain things. I was always around it. Growing up, my father would have just boxes and boxes of toys in our basement. So for me, I didn't necessarily have to go to the toy store to experience that rush as a kid. If I wanted to, I would ask him if I could go down to the basement and maybe pick out a toy. More often than not, I wouldn't be able to do that. But say I did my chores for the day or I mowed the lawn, if I poked and prodded just enough, I might be able to go into the basement and open just boxes of toys that he would buy on clearance. Because back in the day, a lot of you youngsters won't know about this, but we had a toy store called KB Toys. And there was a very famous 3 for $10 sale. So you could walk into KB Toys and spend a $10 bill that you've been holding on to for months, and you could walk out of there with a handful of toys. So going into my father's basement was kind of like visiting a KB Toys. I've never really been or considered myself a collector. It's just always been my life. I've always had a toy within reach. My father was my biggest influence for that. My earliest toy memory, my favorite thing to collect growing up was the LJNs and also the WWF Hasbro figures. To me, there is no action figure more toyetic than the WWF Hasbro figures. The likenesses are great, they're cartoony, but at the same time they're spot on. And they have actions, they have wonderful actions, you know, the Gorilla Press throw, or, you know, the Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, the Rockers tag team set. They would, you'd push down on the neck and the spring mechanism would make them jump. So most of the characters, Hasbro did a really good job of kind of matching up the correct actions with what the wrestler would typically do. But as I've gotten older, my tastes have kind of shifted and changed. And over the years, I wouldn't say I specialize in one particular toy, but many different kinds. My passion for older toys comes from my father. I'm a big Captain Action guy. I love Ideal, and the fact that I think Captain Action, to the best of my knowledge, was the first real superhero action figure that you know, boys could get. In the scale of G.I. Joe, I want to say 66, 67 was when Captain Action hit the market from Ideal. And you got the Captain Action doll, who came in his trademark blue suit with his hat, his laser gun, and his sword. And then you could get the bonus sets to dress him up as Superman, or Sergeant Rock, or Aquaman, or the Lone Ranger. And you know, I can't ever think of a time when a toy company had cross licenses from Marvel characters, independent comics. You had the Phantom as an outfit. So I'd say my love of the ultra vintage stuff came from my father. Not that he ever had those or let me play with those, but we would watch old VHSs with toy commercials on them. And as a kid, when I saw these toys that you know, were in the 60s and 70s, he would be like, oh, I grew up with that, or I had this toy. And it really made me interested in exploring those toys, because let's be honest, those are the toys that laid the foundation for all of this. You know, those are the toys that were most important, because they you know, created basically everything you see now had to have been based on the earliest toys, right? There's always, you know, you get an idea, or you see this toy, you see this G.I. Joe or this Captain Action, and then, oh, we can do this better, or we can do an offshoot of this, and you know, things just naturally kind of progress. So what we got here is Commando Laser, a very popular, bootleg from Rabbit Toys, Argentina. So it's you know, made in the 3 3/4 style of the G.I. Joe, but very hard to find, especially in the package. And the cool thing about this toy line is the card art is always unique to the character, which I find amazing when it comes to bootleg toys. The fact that the artist would go the extra mile to put the exact artwork of the character. Up here, Jackie Chan's rookie action figure. I don't know if another one in package even exists. This is made by City Toy. It's official Jackie Chan, 7.5-inch figure, comes with the soft goods karate cape. And the coolest thing about this, in my opinion, is the Dragon Ninja training manual, never issued anywhere else before, that's sitting behind his legs here. Who knows what that manual holds, but I hope it holds all the secrets of Kung Fu. Probably one of my most favorite pieces, this Galoob Galaxy Ranger, Shane the Gooseman. He was the only Galaxy Ranger who came with 2 holsters, because in the cartoon, he was the only Galaxy Ranger who shot 2 laser pistols, which makes him the coolest out of all 3 Galaxy Rangers, in my opinion. So this right here is the Tommy Street Hero. And I would like to say that this is modeled right after Final Fight, even down to the character in the red gi, which is obviously Guy. You know, you've got a Jason lookalike character, a couple of street thugs, some broken pipes, a knife, pickups that you would find on the ground in these beat-em-ups. But anyway, so this is how it works. And the counter on the side here counts how many knockouts you have. How many badges can you beat in the time limit? Because the timer right here, it runs. Lately, I've just been into the most obscure toys. If it's something that you've never seen before, I think that's my favorite thing to chase now. Something that you typically wouldn't have seen on a Kmart shelf, or something that you wouldn't have seen in Toys R Us. For instance, Hal Needham, the stuntman made by Gabriel. It's like, you've probably never even seen that. Hal Needham was a famous stuntman, you know, worked on Smokey and the Bandit, and I'm sure other, but it's like, that's the sort of toy that I love to chase because nobody's ever heard of that. You know, it's crazy how many toys over the years are forgotten and go under the radar. And I think those are my favorite pieces to unearth, especially when they're mint in box. That's always fascinated me. How does something survive that long untouched? So I would say overall, I'm into the wrestling, I'm into the lucha libre, I'm into the fantasy stuff, I'm into, you know, it's mostly all vintage until very recently when I've been getting into 1/6 scale stuff that I don't have much of. I have a few pieces that I like, but only recently have I started to get into more modern toys. And I'd say my favorite modern toy line that is currently being done right now is the Mattel WWE Superstars. And the reason I love those figures is because they're reminiscent of the classic AWA Remco figures. They have that big muscular body in the 5.5 scale. Soft goods clothing, which is a big deal for me. I love soft goods. I'm a big soft goods guy. You know, if it comes with a cloth robe or, you know, some sort of vest, I love that because it's, in my opinion, a tribute to the classic toys that I grew up with and the toys that came before me even. Sentimental value definitely plays a big role in what I consider to be my grails. I would say my entire WWF Hasbro collection is probably my biggest grail sentimentally, because all those figures that you see in that glass display are from my childhood. Growing up, I played with all of those. I still have the accessories with them. It's not a complete set, but it's almost everybody. I've got some of the green cards, the harder to find series on the wall hanging up over there, you know, the Atom Bomb and Bart and Billy Guns. I remember playtime with those the most. I remember playing with the classic Blue Ring, and I would spend hours in my room setting up these massive Royal Rumbles with, you know, 50 figures everywhere, and I would pose them, and I would just stand back as a kid and just look at, you know, these giant battles that I would create and just feel a sense of accomplishment. My favorite piece that I would say that is very obscure that I have is going to be the Slade Super Agent. He was made by Shindana Toys in 1975. In my opinion, it's Richard Roundtree, who, if you're not familiar with the actor, he was Shaft, the original Shaft, and the design of the box, the design of the character, he matches in perfectly with one of my favorite toy lines to collect, which is the Mattel Big Jim series. I would say that's probably one of my most expensive pieces. The original Kenner Indiana Jones, that's up there too. That's, you know, $1,000 piece, mint on card, sometimes a little bit more depending on condition. I've got the complete set of the LJN Indiana Jones figures. Those are expensive as well. They're definitely up there. You know, Mola Ram you hardly ever see for less than $400. I've got Indy, Giant Thuggy, Mola Ram. Love those figures. I have so much love for LJN because the stuff that they did do in the action figure world and in the video game world is legendary. You know, they're kind of famous for making some of the worst Nintendo games of all time, but in my opinion, they're some of the best, even though they're ridiculously hard to play. I met my wife 2019, and we ended up getting married right around when COVID had just hit. She knew what she was getting into, being in a relationship with me. One of our first dates, when she came over, she saw the toys on the wall. She probably thought I was a huge weirdo. And at the time, she didn't speak too much English. So we were communicating almost strictly with Google Translate, which was super interesting. I'd never had really experienced anything quite like it, trying to cultivate a relationship with a woman who didn't speak the language. It was fun, but at the same time difficult because there was quite a language barrier. So flash forward a little bit, she knew, you know, I was into toys, I was into collectibles. Tried to, you know, not be too involved with that around her because I didn't want to scare her away. When you're really into somebody, you probably don't want to, you know, say, hey, I'm this huge super nerd and, you know, I care about these little plastic men so much. It came to a point where, you know, we started to get serious and we were looking at getting married and kind of, you know, seeing what journey we could go on together. And it came to a point, she actually said, you know, we can do something with this. We can do something more than just having it sit around. Unfortunately, the Secret Toy Society was born out of necessity. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. We had kind of come together to brainstorm an idea where we could monetize my hobby and my passion, and maybe we could build something from the ground up to support, my dreams, my passion, but also something she could do from home and not have to physically exert herself for doing some sort of job, standing 10 hours on her feet all day. So the Secret Toy Society was born out of my love for toys, my passion for toys, and she saw how passionate I was. And I think through osmosis, she started to become passionate for toys as well, because before this, she would help me to repair some of my toys. Doctora Juguetes is one of her aliases, which I believe is like, I'm not the best with Spanish, but it translates to, like the female version of the toy doctor. So she would repair some of my toys. She found unique and innovative ways to help me, flatten out card backs, and just doing different things over the years with my toys. She would paint some of my things that I needed a really good paint job on, and she wasn't necessarily interested in the toys in the beginning, but I think she started to get a love for them, especially after she realized there was actual monetary value behind them and you could make money doing this. So I'd say the Secret Toy Society was born out of our unique union together. She didn't necessarily like toys in the beginning, but through watching me over the years and seeing how passionate I was with other folks, we really created a little niche that is pretty special to us now. What really makes it worth it to continue doing this and to source rare toys from all around the world is the spark you get in someone's eye when you have that piece. Or just the other day, I had 2 of the rarest Rambo figures in my personal collection, and somebody had messaged me about them, and I said, you know what, I've got those 2 figures for you. And he was so excited, and this was a man in his 40s or 50s who I just met on the internet, and we shipped him to him just a couple of days ago, and he messages me every day now saying how excited he is, and that is what matters. It's not the toys itself, but it's the fact that you were able to provide somebody with that touch of nostalgia. I think that the Secret Toy Society is a unique web shop for vintage toys and collectibles because we offer products that you don't see every day. These are not products that you're going to find in stores. For the most part, I do like to include newer toys, modern toys that are popular, but mostly we specialize in vintage toys that are extremely hard to source. Because my wife is from Guadalajara, Mexico. So one of our biggest things that we specialize in, and I'd say we probably have one of the most impressive collections, is the Kellian AAA Luchador figures. They were made by Kellian, but they didn't have the Luchador's permission. So essentially, these wrestlers weren't paid for these action figures. So a lot of the times, when you would bring these figures to the Luchador to sign in the early 90s, they would just scoff at you because, kids were bringing them all the time probably, and they didn't want to sign them because they didn't see a penny for those particular toys. You can find all sorts of different collectibles at the Secret Toy Society. Vintage wrestling collectibles, vintage, if you look behind me here, you can find G.I. Joes and Cowboys and popular toy lines like Cops and Crooks from Hasbro, and just toy lines that they're loved and they're popular, but they're not on everybody's radar. I think the majority of collectors tend to focus on the most popular licenses like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Transformers. And I'm not putting those toy lines down, but every Tom, Dick, and Harry has those toys, do you know what I'm saying? And it's hard, but it's very worth it when you find that one collector who's been looking for this piece for years. I've been looking for, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly correctly, it's Gashapon or something. It's basically a little capsule figure that you would get in Japan, little muscle figures out of the vending machine. Probably my favorite video game franchise of all time, made by Capcom, Final Fight. They're rubber figures that you would get out of the quarter machines in the early 90s. Final Fight 2 in particular. And I just completed a set literally yesterday. And I think I've been looking for those toys for 15 years. And the fact that I was able to, get a full set plus extras, I'm gonna offer up the extras, of course, on the website. And that's the sort of thing that you can find on the Secret Toy Society. Most of the time when I show my wife a toy that I'm so excited about, like those Final Fight characters that I got in the mail the other day, I'm so excited about them, and I can express how excited I am. But more often than not, she'll just roll her eyes like, because she's not a crazy lunatic like me, which is, it's good. It's a good balance because she levels me out, and I come back around to not being so focused on the actual toys or the physical object themselves. I think I really appreciate the friendships I've been able to cultivate with internet strangers through Instagram and through other online platforms. That keeps me going. Meeting people like you guys is what I cherish the most, and is the reason why we do what we do. I have my own personal profile at the Retro Barbarian. Retro Barbarian is my name, my alias, the wild-maned maniac. I like to call myself. You can find us at thesecrettoysociety.com. That's going to be where you're going to see what we have to offer for sale, and also on Instagram at The Secret Toy Society. My wife's personal toy page is Doctora, DRA.Juguetes, and that's where you're going to see her toy content. And together we've come together to form the Secret Toy Society. So you can find us at those particular Instagram pages, as well as thesecrettoysociety.com.
My name is Roger Daniel Alcacer. I am a television producer, a filmmaker, a toy collector, and somewhat of an illustrator. So I collect a lot of stuff. I collect movies, I collect music, I collect art. What I collect more of, especially now, is toys. I collect Star Wars stuff, I collect Masters of the Universe stuff, Thundercat stuff, just vintage toys from the 80s, from the 90s, properties such as Centurions. I was a big fan of the cartoon, The Pirates of Darkwater, Ninja Turtles, Transformers, horror toys. I'm a big fan of Disney, so I do have a couple of Disney collectibles, Disney toys, things like that. I collect 1/6 scale action figures, and I think that's where my collection shines the most. I also dabble in soft vinyl. I collect wrestling action figures. I was a fan of wrestling back in the 80s, 90s, up to the early 2000s. I collect mostly modern wrestling action figures, but just of characters that I loved and I grew up with. I collect custom toys, art toys, bootleg toys, toys by resin makers, things like that. It's a long answer as to why I collect. So aside from nostalgia and trying to fill a void in my life that just doesn't seem to be filled, I don't know if I necessarily collect because someday I'm gonna sell all this or get rich with all this stuff. I think it's just when I see something cool, I want it. I'd say about maybe 5% of the stuff I've ever bought, I've regretted. Everything else that I pick up, I pick up because, like I said, it looks really cool. Sometimes there's things I pick up because it reminds me of somebody, or it represents something like a friendship or whatever. Like, for example, there's certain things that I buy from friends, and I buy them just because they're my friend, and because that's a memory of that person. And then another thing is that ever since starting the Magnificent World of Toys, I tried to get a little piece or just something that's representative of everybody that I've ever interviewed. That's the main reasons why I collect. So I've been collecting since I was in elementary school. Actually, I caught the collecting bug from my cousin Ulysses, who started collecting comic books. And so every now and then he'd bring home a comic book or two. And so a lot of times, he'd get these books and he'd kind of get bored of them and he'd hand them down to me. And then I remember we started making trips to the comic store, and I'd start buying my own comics. My first comic book I ever bought, it was an X-Men comic book. And so it was like, ever since then, I kind of never looked back. And from comic books, it went to Garbage Pail Kids. And every kid at school had Garbage Pail Kids. And they were even banned at my school. And I actually got in trouble for taking them to school one day. You know, I was literally walking into school, and for whatever reason, I had them in my binder. I just did a quick turnaround, and all my Garbage Pail Kids flew out in front of the principal and in front of my uncle who had dropped me off. And some kid pointed to the principal and said, "Look, Garbage Pail Kids." And as he pointed, all the kids around me flocked towards them. They picked them up, but the principal collected them, gave them to my uncle, and I never saw those Garbage Pail Kids again. I mean, I've collected several things throughout my life, but when I started getting really serious about my collecting, that's when I kind of delved into the world of 1/6 scale. I started collecting 1/6 scale 10 to 12 years ago. That's when I really became what many would consider a serious collector, because that's not a hobby you just step into casually. You have to do your research, and I kind of found that out the hard way, because, you know, I was basically buying the cheaper figures and just buying stuff that I didn't end up keeping, and stuff that I wish I would have maybe saved my money to buy something better. But at that time, I was just excited that I was into something new. And not only that, I was really into it because of the ability to be able to customize these figures. And my whole thing was kit bashing. But then I started getting into the box figures, and basically it spiraled into what my collection is today as it relates to 1/6 scale action figures. When it comes to condition, as it relates to my collectibles, it really depends on what it is that I'm buying. I'll be at a flea market or a swap meet, and I'll see a beater of an action figure that I never had, and I'll pick it up, especially if it's a good price. In that respect, condition doesn't really matter. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I buy, it's not with the intention that someday I'll resell it. As long as it's okay, sometimes I don't even care whether its parts function or not. As long as it's intact, even if it has a couple of war scars from some kid playing with it, that's good enough for me. One thing, like for example, when I buy vintage package stuff, I absolutely love when it has a price tag on it, whether it's a Toys R Us, a KB, or a Pick and Save price tag or whatever. It just adds to the nostalgia. I try to be as organized as possible with my collectibles. Sometimes I display them by genre, sometimes I display them by color. Some areas are just random. For the most part, I try to keep my stuff, you know, somewhat organized, displayed by some type of category or whatever. Also, I try to set them up in a way where I can maximize my space as much as possible. But it's getting to the point where I'm gonna start kind of shuffling things around, like kind of like storing like a big chunk of stuff, and then just like maybe 1 month just have all my Star Wars stuff out, and then the next month maybe just my Masters of the Universe. But I want to start rotating things because I like looking at everything, and I hate to have stuff that I can't see. Dust does tend to bother me. I think I could do a better job at dusting my stuff, but it's very hard when it comes to 1/6 scale, and honestly that's the stuff that I should be dusting the most. And I can't tell you how many times I've pulled one out of a detolf, I drop a gun or I drop like an accessory, and then I can't find it for weeks, and sometimes I can't find it at all. So when it comes to 1/6 scale, yeah, dust does bother me, and I wish I could clean my stuff more often than I do. But you know, like I said, that's really the thing that kind of holds me back, is that. But then also I guess I get a little lazy. I'd say that Masters of the Universe right now and back then has been my consistent favorite. I didn't have many Masters of the Universe growing up, as I stated before. I did have a few, but I always longed to have them. As I grew up, I started collecting the vintage versions of them, and now that Masters of the Universe Origins are out, I've been very seriously collecting those, and I totally love those. They really bring back the nostalgia, and the fact that they're coming from Mattel adds a lot to it. And the fact that it's still a value figure. The price is climbing, but Masters of the Universe figures are still slightly cheaper than your average collectible figure. I've always loved science fiction, fantasy. I've also loved that Masters of the Universe have been, in a sense, like a value line, and as opposed to, you know, Transformers and even Thundercats, which were cool, and those were, you know, figures that I liked and that I wanted. But I mean, if Masters of the Universe were out of my reach as a kid, imagine those figures. So as far as my most cherished pieces, the ones that come to mind are probably my Centurions. I had been wanting to get all 3 Centurions complete for quite some time because I've always thought they're just cool figures all together. And so one day I was able to find them at a PowerCon, and I found one of them at Kelly's Toy Stop, and I really like them. Although they're not like worth a ton of money, I just love the fact that I have all 3 and they're complete. Another very highly cherished possession was something that I kind of obtained, this has probably been the luckiest that I've ever gotten as it relates to obtaining a collectible or something. I remember going to the flea market one morning. I get to one guy's booth and he had this table full of like posters and just like movie press kits, and then like coloring books and just a bunch of crap. And so there's a guy next to me, and I notice he sets aside, like, I don't know, I thought it was a poster or something, but you know, I saw black and white. It looked like black and white comic book art. He sets it aside, and I take a good look at it, and I realize that artwork looks familiar. That art looks familiar. And then I look at the name, and it says Splat, Stephen Platt. And so I'm looking at it and I'm like, why would somebody photocopy something like this? And then I started looking at it a little closer, and I said, no, this is not photocopied. This is original art. This is the original cover of a comic book, one of Stephen Platt's first books. And so then, you know, the weird thing was that it was enclosed in plexiglass and duct tape. And so, you know, I asked the guy, like, how much. I don't want to say how much I paid for it. He gave me the price, like a very reasonable price. I couldn't believe it. I brought it home. I admire it almost every day. Another interesting thing about this piece is that I have a friend who's named Marlo. He worked for Image back in the day, and he knows a lot of these artists. He noticed that I had acquired that piece. And so he messaged me and he told me, you know what? I think that might have been Stephen Platt's actual drawing board. And I said, no way. And he says, yeah, I think that might have been his drawing board. So that's never been verified. But the fact that it could have been his drawing board, the fact that it's an artist that I love, and that it's basically a piece of comic book history, the comic book history that I grew up with, that just makes it priceless. It makes it priceless to me. Also, my friend Marlo brought me the actual book that pertains to that piece of comic book art. I think I'm gonna frame that, the book and the comic book art. But that's basically my most prized possession. I would definitely say I'm proud of my collection. I've worked very hard to obtain a lot of the stuff that I have. There's a lot of stuff that I have that I thought I'd never have in my lifetime. One thing I'm proud of, and it's funny, you know, I want to go back to how friends and people that I've met have kind of changed my collecting habits a bit. For example, one person who's actually helping me out today with this interview, my friend Isaac Ramos. I had absolutely no idea about the world of soft vinyl. Yeah, I'd see a couple like cause things here and there, like maybe the more popular stuff, but after him introducing me to this world of soft vinyl, I developed a liking and an appreciation for it. And as a result, you know, I've started to acquire my own pieces. There's a couple pieces I've picked up from him because it's a reminder of my friendship with him. It's not so much the value or the amount of it, but it's what represents that that I like about it and that makes me most proud about it. What does my family, friends, acquaintances think about my collection? Well, a lot of them, I'd say my friends, they've always thought it was cool. It was funny, much like my cousin was the guy who got me into collecting, got me into like pop culture, stuff like that. I sort of felt that growing up, a lot of the neighborhood kids and, my friends growing up, they kind of got that bug from me too. Like I remember I'd collect comic books and comic book cards, and sometimes like my little brother, he'd get my stuff and we'd go show it to my friends and whatever, and they'd get all excited about it, and they'd start getting into that kind of stuff too. But my friends, for the most part, they accept it. Nobody's ever been like, dude, you're weird or whatever. It's interesting because now with the Magnificent World of Toys, I've met a lot of other people who are like myself and are into this stuff just as much as I am. And so, of course they're gonna love it. And, and it's always great when you got friends who collect stuff. My wife, it took a while for her to kind of really just kind of see the value in it and just the happiness that it brings me. Nowadays, she's kind of become more of a person who encourages me because of what I did. She would tell me, you should start some kind of YouTube channel or something, where you talk about this stuff or whatever. And so, she was part of the inspiration for the Magnificent World of Toys as well. If there's anything I can have more of, obviously would be space. If there's any pieces that I'm really looking for that I hope to get in my lifetime, it's actually a goal to try to get this piece. It would be the Seven Samurai set from Alfrex. The Seven Samurai is, quite frankly, my all-time favorite film. It just makes no sense that I'm a toy collector, a movie collector, and I don't have that set. Also, a Bengali, an original Bengali from Thundercats. That's just kind of, it's funny because growing up, I had no idea that figure existed. And I used to see him around like at shops and flea markets and things like that all the time, but I remember back then, I didn't really have the money to buy them. I thought, back then it was, you could get them for like $75 or whatever, but I had like a minimum wage job, so I couldn't really like pick him up. Also, there's a 1/6 scale George Romero Joker coming out. And that's one figure that I'm really hoping that I can get. And then there's a Tarman from Trick or Treat Studios, which I haven't been able to get, and I'm hoping to get that figure as well. Nowadays, there's toys of almost everything, or as far as I know, most of the things I've ever thought about, like, wow, I wish there was a toy of this, or I wish there was a toy of that, eventually it got made. And that's kind of what happened with 1/6 scale. If it hasn't been made, I'm sure sooner or later it'll be made, but there are some of those where I don't know if we'll ever see them. I mean, I'd love to see like Terminator 1 Sarah Connor with like her tie-dye shirt. I think that would be cool. One toy that I would really love to see made, I doubt I'll ever see it made, and I've considered having one made, either trying to make it myself or having a custom one made, is Poison Ivy from the Cramps. An action figure of Poison Ivy I think would be friggin' amazing. One of my all-time favorite action sci-fi movies is The Running Man. And although an artist by the name of Dee Chung released a Ben Richards figure, I would love to see some of the toys of the Stalkers. I mean, I think they would be great. I mean, some of them looked a little goofy, but I think in action figure form, they would look fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed this profile of myself. First of all, I'd like to give a big thanks to my friend Isaac Ramos, who took the time to come out here and actually interview me, ask me these questions. And you can find Isaac on Instagram as @RealFanShitOnly, but also check him out on Instagram as @PSports and stuff, so you can see some of his merch and some of his other things that he does, like cycling and all this other stuff aside from toy collecting. And you can find me at The Magnificent World of Toys on Instagram, and obviously on YouTube on this channel where you tuned in to watch this. And so if you like this, if you like our videos, please feel free to comment, like, subscribe. I read all the comments. I try to respond to as many of them as I can. And then also, I mean, just, hey, If you're new to the channel, just browse, some of these playlists, check out some of these videos. If you like what you saw, I guarantee you're gonna see a lot more really cool stuff on this channel. And there's a lot more stuff to come. So thank you once again for joining us. Thank you, Isaac. And may those who play never gray. Take care. All right.
I think that the toys from the 80s just had that nostalgic look and feel compared, in my opinion, to the toys that are coming out now. There's not too many lines out now that, in my opinion, get compared to those. The creativeness and just the imagination that went into making those toys is so much better than nowadays. They seem so maybe generic. You can almost compare it to like architecture, like how the old homes are so much more crafted and customized. Like the toys were similar. It seemed like more heart and feeling went into those toys by their creators. I mean, it was always a marketing issue, but it seems like the toy makers of the past had more heart and soul into what they made, in my opinion, than nowadays. Like you said, they're more just, they're there. There doesn't seem like they took a whole lot of time and care into making them. It's much different now. My name is Mike. Yes, I'm most definitely a collector. I collect various things. I like to collect toys from the 60s through current, but mostly vintage toys are my favorite. Stuff that strikes my eye doesn't have to be necessarily something of a line I'm into. It could be just something I think looks cool, or it can be stuff I can add to my collection that I'm after, a particular item or a grail, or something to complete my collection. But it just doesn't have to be. It can be just something that I think looks cool. I'll pick it up, and that might start me collecting another line or another type of toy just from one item. I'll get one thing, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'll get a couple more, and the next thing you know, I have a whole collection of that particular thing. Necessarily nothing that I'm aiming for. Just whenever I'm out that day hunting, I might see something I like and take it home, and then it starts from there. Star Wars was most definitely the first thing I ever started collecting, like on a large scale. And my dad took me to see Star Wars A New Hope when it first came out, and it was unlike any movie I'd ever seen. I was really into it. I think I saw it 10 times in a row right when it first came out. And I started getting the toys a couple at a time. And, at Christmas time, birthday time, I'd get a few more. I'd start cutting lawns and making my own money because my parents didn't want to buy me any. So I'd make my own money to go buy my own toys. And it just went from there. My aunts, uncles, they all were collectors of some kind. I got into it by just simply keeping my toys that I had gotten when I was a kid. And I guess it just routed from there. My mom used to work for Mattel, probably mid-60s through mid-70s. She was in toy development, and I got to test toys. So they would take us there, give us random toys, test. Test meant playing with them. We'd play with them, and then they would come interview us and write down what we thought of them. Ask us questions about what we would add, what we didn't like, what we liked. And then we got to keep the toy after we were done, which was cool. I remember the Bionic Man, the $6 Million Man. I tested him. We tested some Shogun Warriors. I don't think Masters of the Universe was out at the time I was testing, but we tested a lot of, I believe I tested one of the old big Gyms. And some of that, G.I. Joe Micronauts, I believe we tested. But mainly it would be, a lot of them I can't remember exactly. There might be some cars or trucks or different types of toys. Flea markets and swap meets are my number one. I go to garage sales, estate sales. Try not to get that much stuff from eBay. Occasionally I do, but I like the thrill of just finding it in the wild and finding that one piece you've been looking for a long time and getting it from a swap meet or a flea market. Sometimes my wife and I will go to garage sales, around the neighborhood, or even we'll travel and go out of city and go farther away, or take a small vacation, you know, and go look for hunts on the way and when we get there as well. I have some toys that are in rougher shape, some that are more mint, but I like to get them semi together and in good condition if I can. But it varies. My collection varies from nicer condition to not so nice. Depends how much I like it, or if, you know, if I'm really into it, you know, or I'll try to get it and then maybe upgrade later, trade it out or switch it out, or try to build it if it's incomplete, try to find other pieces that make it complete. I try to keep them grouped semi together, but they're randomly placed where they will fit, and as time progresses, I guess I make layers, you might say, or, you know, I like to sometimes switch it around if I can, but they're generally grouped together as well as I can, but not always. Some will be just wherever they'll fit sometimes, if they're a large toy, or, you know, if I find a space for it, I'll just put it where it can go. I'm working with limited space, like I'm sure a lot of people are, and I have to deal with that. So this room here is my daughter's old bedroom. She had moved out and I moved all my stuff into it slowly, and now it's basically taken over the whole room. And I also have more toys that I can't fit in here that are stored in storage containers in my garage as well, but these are more of my favorite ones and the ones I'm more into. I have a pretty large Star Wars collection. I just can't fit it into this room, so it's stored at this time right now, but someday I'd like to have it all displayed as well, but it would probably fill half this room if I took it all out. So I have it just stored until I can have a spot for it to display it properly. I have some of my dad's old metal trucks from like the 40s and 50s, which I'm not really into collecting like Hot Wheels per se, or trucks or cars, but you know, they mean a lot to me because they were my dad's. Favorite grail pieces, I'm still looking for a few vintage Masters of the Universe I don't have to complete my original collection. I think I need about 6 or 7 more figures. They're the more harder ones to acquire, so I have to take my time, and when I come across them, I'll get them. They're in the right shape and the right price. This Hulk here is one of my favorites. And also the Mazinga Shogun was the first one I had when I was a kid. That's not the one I had from my childhood, but I reacquired it later on, but that was the one I loved the most. I remember playing with it when I was a little kid until we broke it, shot it with BB guns, and it didn't make it, but that's the one I reacquired for my collection. Brings back memories from when I was a kid. The Ninja Turtles came out after I was already grown, but my smaller cousins actually had them, and I just thought they were pretty cool. I would, you know, babysit them and play with them with their toys, and that's probably how I got into those. And just the way the look of them, the style, I thought was really good. Sculpting, and the collection was so vast too. There's so many characters, sort of like the Masters of the Universe, and I just was drawn to this, you know, just the way they looked, and I thought it was a really good, inventive line. Yeah, I mostly like to army build Masters of the Universe. The Buzz-Offs are one of my favorites I like to army build. And I'd just have to say my favorite army builders are Man-at-Arms. Just because in the cartoon, if you look back, that he was mass-produced. Not just Man-at-Arms, the character, but they had the turning guards, which all had the same look. And eventually someday I want to make a large display, and I want to put them all out and make my own armies with them. And you need a lot of them to make it look realistic, I think. My wife, at first, I have to say my wife wasn't really too happy about it. And then after a while, she actually started going to shows with me and getting more into it. And now she collects certain toys now too herself even. Not like I do, but she got into it, and then she supports me. And my kids, they like it. They get a kick out of it. My wife, she has an eBay store, but she sells more fashion type stuff. I'm more into selling antiques and vintage toys. And I would like to sell, not only to support my collecting, but to put some more toys out there into the market for other collectors, you know, and share with them. Maybe I'll have a piece they need. And it makes me happy when they find something they're really into and they buy it from me. And it's not just for the money. I do it just because I enjoy it. It's just fun. We have fun when we go to the swap meet and sell. Yeah, we'll be selling to Pasadena City College the first Sunday of each month. And we're going to start this coming month in April. Will be our first month there. I was happy to hear about when you wanted to come interview me so other people can share my enjoyment and see what I'm into. I'm really proud of it. I've been doing it for a long time, and no one's really, besides my friends and family, no one's been able to really see it. You're like the first person that's came to share it with other people, so that's sort of new, and I like that. I think it'll be cool.
Hi, I'm Ben Goretzky, and I am the owner and founder and operator of DesignerCon. So DesignerCon is a convention, and it's held once a year currently. And basically it's a cumulative of everything cool, collectible that has a design element to it. If there's an artist involved in some apparel, some toy, some resin piece, some two-dimensional art, some digital art collectible, DesignerCon embraces that. We embrace the designer community, and we bring it all under one roof for the collectors and fans to enjoy and hopefully buy some really shit. In 2003, I started 3D Retro. When I started 3D Retro, it was strictly online. It was an online store, that was it. My other job, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna start this online store for myself so I can try things out. But as 3D Retro grew, and because I didn't have an in-store, it was kind of like, how am I gonna engage the collector audience? At the time, there was another small show in Pasadena for the collectors out there. It was called Keyology. And it was based around Toy 2R, which is a company out of Hong Kong that did keys. And it was also a once-a-year show. And I was like, this is great. I love this show. I'm gonna keep coming here. This is fantastic. Well, the show itself never came back. And after a while of waiting and waiting and hoping and waiting, I was like, I can't wait anymore. I might as well just do this myself. And I talked to other retailers and distributors. And at the time, I mean, there were like maybe 3 or 4 brands out there and maybe like 4 or 5 other shops. And I was like, if I do this show, will you show up? And will you have a booth or will you have a table? And everyone was like, yeah. And that was the first DesignerCon, which was actually called Vinyl Toy Network. And it was in Pasadena. It was an 1,100 square foot room, I remember. It had 10 tables in it for 10 vendors. We had maybe 100 people show up, and we all had a blast. And that was the beginning of DesignerCon. From Vinyl Toy Network, we grew into DesignerCon. We changed the name in 2009. Because we were trying to get more vendors in that were part of the community already, but this notion of the Vinyl Toy Network, like we don't do vinyl toys, so we changed the name to DesignerCon. And we grew inside Pasadena until 2017. And anybody that went to the 2017 show knows that at one point the line wrapped around the entire block and then came back to the front of the convention center and then started wrapping around the block again. And even though it was extremely exciting for us, it was also terrifying. And in 2018, when we were planning things out with the city of Pasadena, we realized that the city could not accommodate us. And they were actually talking about downsizing the amount of space that we would be able to have. We made the plan to move to another location, and we came to the conclusion that Anaheim would be the next home in 2018. Anaheim being one of the largest convention centers in the West Coast, they were treating us really well in terms of like the arrangements and the agreement, and honestly, because the ability for the show to grow, we decided to move to Anaheim. And plus, we wanted to get more international vendors involved. But the only way that these guys would get involved is if they were able to have a booth that would just not fit into Pasadena. And with the growth in Anaheim, we were able to accommodate that growth, those booths, those vendors, and off we went running in Anaheim. Am I proud of how far DCon has come? Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. The show is a beast, but with it comes a lot more hurdles and just things that we have to run. This is not the show that we started back in the day where we had to worry about like, do we have enough chairs for the tables? We have to deal with so much more in running a major convention, because that's what it is. We have things like security, things like staffing for registration, things like making sure that the fire marshal doesn't shut us down in the beginning of the show. The point is, the show is so big and it's so legitimate now that even though it is a crowning moment for us, and at the end of the day we are so proud of what we accomplish, it's a lot of work. And sometimes I do sit back and I go like, holy moly, like what a beast this thing has become. But at the end of the day, I'm like, holy moly, what a beast this thing has become. This is awesome. A lot of people ask me like, if the whole place was on fire and I had to grab one thing out of this office, that's the one thing I would grab. I would grab the hoverboard, the Back to the Future hoverboard, actually made by Mattel, and it's signed by the entire cast. Out of all the things, I wouldn't even grab the 4-foot dissected cause that's sitting right underneath it. We are in my office. This is my office, attached to the 3D Retro store, that way. And this is where I do all my work, basically. This is my collector's den. This is my home for the toys. This is the stuff that the kids don't get to touch, I guess. But yeah, this is my office, and even though it looks crazy, this is where I get my ideas, because sometimes when you're stuck and all you have to do is like look around you and you'll be like, oh, that's a good idea, or like if we can do that, and like, so yeah, this is my bat cave, I guess you could say. So this is my current office, but we are going to be moving. So 3D Retro, which we've been here for 10 years, we're going to the next phase. We're going to be moving, and we're going to be leaving our home here in Glendale, California, and we're going to Las Vegas. We are, first and foremost, we're a store. We're a collectible store, and we love introducing a new audience to this concept of art toys and collectibles. We love when people come in and we're like, what the heck is this stuff? Like, this is not the toys that you find at Target or Walmart or the big brands. This is all unique, and it's from all over the world. So a lot of the times people will walk in and they'll walk around the store and they'll look, and you know, for the most part they'll be like, I don't get this, I don't get this, oh, this is really cool, what is this? You know, it's like there's always something for everyone. There's something for the kids. So first and foremost, yeah, we're a store, but we're also a community. We have collectors come by, and all we do is we talk and we chat, and you don't have to buy anything. Like, you can just come in and shoot the we love that. We love that stuff. So it's all of that. I mean, our building, this building at least, is surrounded by murals from artists that we just love, and luckily they were nice enough to work with us to put up these murals on our building, which we appreciate so much. It's like a gallery and a store and a hangout and just a cool place to be. And sometimes we throw events where we just invite a couple of food trucks and tell everyone to come down and have a good time with us. So that's what we are. what I'm gonna miss the most about this location is just the sheer size of it. We have a massive building here, and we were able to do things like murals on the walls, and we were able to like hang up massive pieces of artwork and have our statues spread out. And I think in the next phase, we're going smaller, and like the store, even though the store will be a little bit bigger, like we won't have the office attached to it. It'll be in a different area. And the reason why we're doing that is because we want more foot traffic. So the location that we picked for the store is actually in a really good foot traffic area. So yeah, I think just the ability, the size, and kind of just like having this as our own. This is like, it's always been like, this is the 3D Retro building and DesignerCon office. There's nobody really else here. There's not a lot of foot traffic, but this is ours. And even though that's going away, we know that in the long run, all the places and all the things that we're gonna do in Vegas is gonna benefit us. Whenever we were in Pasadena, I would always park my DeLorean in the front of the hall, and people would take lots of pictures with it, thinking like, oh man, they brought the Back to the Future car out, not knowing that it was just my car, like just parked in front. There was a year where we had this huge Ron English Hulk statue in front of the convention center, and we're like, is it possible? Are we gonna do this thing? And like, we were like, yeah, let's do it. And they put it in, they brought it up, and then the convention center was like, hey, you gotta get rid of this by Sunday, like midnight. And we're like, we don't know how to do that. Like, we have no manpower. Like, the company that brought it out here doesn't work the weekends. And I remember it was just like such a nightmare, like moving this thing. We had to like wake up like early Monday morning after the show and figure things out. And we got it out of there, but like we put it on like this little trailer and like covered it the best that we could. And it was insane, but that was a lot of stress, I believe. So, but there's always been like weird stuff, like, but yeah, all in all, at the end of the day, it's just a lot of fun. My desk is always a mess. No matter what, it's always been a mess. When we moved into this office, one of the things that was happening was I was like, oh man, my desk always has a ton of little things on it that I just get through my travels and my shows and just meeting people, or like I'll go somewhere and get like a little knickknack or a keychain or something small, and then it would just end up on my desk and it would just stay there. And I remember one time seeing a picture of the CEO of Nike and his desk. And by the way, the CEO of Nike, like, he is a major collector too. Like, he has all kinds of stuff like in his office, but his desk was like a case, but it was still a desk. Like, it had stuff in it and you can see all of it, but he still was using it as a desk. And I'm like, oh man, that's what I need. I need a desk where I can put all the stuff inside the desk where it's still visible, but I can still utilize the top of the desk as a desk. Like, I could still put papers here and I can still talk to people, but everything in here is kind of like piled up. And so I had this desk built for me, and over the years, I just keep adding into it. I like every year we do the show, I'll put the badges in there, or I'll go on a trip and I'll maybe pick up a keychain or a key or a pin and I'll put it in there, or I'll get a little booklet or a pamphlet or a ticket or a coin or some kind of a wristband or something, or I'll meet up with an artist and they'll give me some little figure that they made and they'll be like, this is for you, and I'll be like, oh my god, this is so cool, and I'll put it in my desk because it means something to me. And I know it looks like total freaking chaos in here, but you can point to anything in here and it has a story to it. And I'll be able to tell you everything about that piece and where I got it and who gave it to me if I got it from them, or where I bought it. And like, there is a story to everything in here. It's kind of like my life. It's chaotic, yet beautiful. And like, I can tell you everything. It may seem like it's a bit much, but it all makes sense at the end. Yeah.
I've been an artist ever since I was a kid. That's the chosen path early on for me. Being an artist was never my choice, it just was. You know, it was always a set in stone thing. Creating and drawing and making is just a compulsion. I can't not do that, so it was very easy to decide that that's how I would spend my life. I'm Thomas Fernandez. I'm an artist, illustrator for Santa Cruz Skateboards. I'm a tattooer, painter, sculptor, DJ. I don't know, I do a lot of things for a living. I would say from the beginning, I primarily just drew some kind of a pen, big pad of paper. I would fill those up as a kid. I really enjoyed painting when I was younger too, so I would do that. And that just started progressing into high school, where I started doing artwork for bands, for flyers and t-shirts, posters and all that stuff. And then from there, I started getting into tattooing. I apprenticed to tattoo when I was 18. I'd been scratching on some friends when I was 17. Simultaneously with that, I had been doing more commission artwork for different people. From there, that just kind of kept progressing. I tattooed and did commission artwork on and off for years. Sometimes more tattooing, sometimes more of the commission art. Eventually, I started doing some freelance work for Santa Cruz, working on skateboards and wheels and t-shirts, and that just kept rolling and rolling to now being full-time for them as an illustrator and designer. So now tattooing's a little more on the back burner. Primarily, I'm doing ink illustrations. I try to do my graphics for skateboards or t-shirts or record covers or whatever I'm doing the kind of tried and true way of ink on board or unmounted board like Bristol. But I like working with brushes and nibs, technical pens for certain things, but I like the very old school method of just ink on paper. All my heroes are artists. From an early age, I got very interested in Ed Roth and Rat Fink. I learned about Jim Phillips' work and got very interested in skateboard art. Just growing up in San Diego, at the time I did, there was skateboards everywhere, and that was very appealing and influential. As I got older, started to learn more about 60s artists who are, some of my favorites, like Rick Griffin, Robert Williams, even older guys like Basil Wolverton. A lot of these kind of lowbrow and psychedelic artists that were all achieving really unique and mind-altering work, and it was just ink on paper, It was a crow quill pen or a brush achieving just insane, unique styles. So that was very influential on me. Artists like Gary Panter Gary's one of my all-time heroes just because he's somebody who, as an artist, his style has always been developing and changing, and he works across multiple mediums, and that's always been very inspiring to me, is that like being an artist is not just doing one thing, it's your entire being, it's a lifestyle. Artists who work by hand are definitely the biggest influences on me. One of my holy grails of collecting is this Union Hardware, the Monster skateboard from the 60s. This to me embodies this kind of cross-section of all the things I collect, which is skateboarding, 60s, mid-century, kitschy stuff, and monster craze stuff. It's just one of the most insane graphics that you can see on one of these boards. Used to belong to Jim, but yeah, it's one of these I've been hunting for forever, and I finally got it a few years ago. Very proud to own that. Yeah, I've been a collector since I was a kid. I mean, I definitely remember asking for monster toys for my birthday as a little kid. I always just look at that stuff as inspiration, you know? I feel like anytime you're stuck on a piece, you can kind of look around the room at your collection of stuff and something might give you some insight on a direction to go, or, you know, kind of inspire something to work on.
These are all my vintage Halloween masks.
Yeah, I haven't been able to display them just because we don't really have the room right now. But these are like some of my favorite things to collect. This is one that I made a while back. I used to make these. That one's like based on an Uzit. But I've got a vacuum former in storage, so I would sculpt the masks and press them myself and then airbrush them. And I was hawking these at conventions for a little while. This is from this line of these like giant Halloween masks from back in the 50s or 60s. I found this when I was working a convention in New York at an antique store. It was fun kind of hanging out in a bar wearing this. Yeah, these things are just some of the coolest things I've ever been made. There's just something so folk arty and kind of crude about them, but the print jobs on these things are amazing. It's all this kind of off-registered, overlaid, colored silkscreen, fluorescent. I mean, there's just something really beautiful to these. And I always just consider them sculptural objects. And I just feel like I've gotten so much influence for my own work out of these. Look at that, how rad is that? What are you for Halloween? I'm some dude with a dagger in his head and my eye hanging out, you know? And I feel like there was a lot of creativity at the time, even if the people weren't making these maybe didn't consider themselves artists. But like, what are you for Halloween? I don't know, I'm a woman whose dentures is falling out. I can grab that. That's definitely like early 50s, back when you had to make skateboards and they weren't actually manufactured, where you would hacksaw a roller skate in half and put it on a piece of wood, and there you go, there's your skateboard. Hours of entertainment. But it's a trip to see the you know, the kind of evolution of going from that to something like that, you know? My wife and I are really big, like mid-century kind of kitsch collectors, so lots of tchotchkes. And we're renting a 3-bedroom house and the landlords sold it, so we kind of had to scramble. We ended up just putting all of our stuff in storage down in San Diego, so we've got 2 storage units packed to the brim with all of our collections. So we're living in a much smaller studio right now to save money to try to buy something. But we do have at least like a couple boxes of stuff and some of our collection around. I don't know why I collect. There's a thrill to finding something that you've never seen before, but it totally resonates with your interests or your style. I really just like that I get inspired from these things. And there's something fun about that kind of urban archaeology, digging and hunting for things. It's just been another constant. I mean, I remember being, you know, in 8th grade and going to the thrift store and, you know, digging for old tiki mugs and old records, and it's just always been a really cool thing, kind of uncovering the past and finding things that existed long before you did that you totally resonate with. I used to sell more of my paintings. I don't really paint as much these days. Every now and then I'll sell some of the original inkings for pieces, but I'm holding on to a lot of especially my skateboard stuff. I kind of want to hold on to it for now. I've gotten to do some pretty cool projects for some pretty cool clients, but the Santa Cruz stuff has always been a favorite of mine, just because that was one of the things early on that set me on this course artistically. So now getting to be the illustrator for them and do all these skateboards is beyond, dream job status for me. So I definitely have a sense of pride on all of those boards I get to do, and myself going to skate parks and seeing kids riding boards that I designed or wearing a shirt that I did, that's always very cool. Right now, the best way to find me would just be my Instagram, which is LiveRad Studios. I've been saying I'm in the process of making a new website for the last, 8 years or something, so hopefully that'll get finished one of these days. You can also find my work on Santa Cruz's website at NHSS Skate Direct. I have a good amount of boards with my drawings on them for sale now. I also have LiveRad skateboards that you can look up on Instagram, and I sell other designs and t-shirts of mine on there as well. I would definitely say I'm happy where I am. It is a bit of an in-between state right now just with our living situation. But it'll all be worth it once we finally have a house and we can put all my stuff up in my studio again and get to appreciate my collections. But I get a lot of satisfaction from my work, and I'm very thankful I get to do what I do for a living. So living situation aside, I'm stoked.
If you probably look into why I collect, and you probably sum it down to well, as a child he didn't get enough toys or some stuff like that. Who knows, maybe some psychological stuff. Why I think I collect, I love the art aspect of it. Yes, if I didn't collect the art toys, I'd probably have a whole bunch of other toys, but definitely not as much as this. Still love action figures, and I still love a nice Lego set every now and then, especially with me having kids now. But this chaos, it's the art aspect of it. That's really what draws me in. I don't see them as toys. I see them as art. I see them as art figures. Just as much as anybody would see a $10,000 piece of art hanging on the wall, I see the same value in these figures, and that's why I collect them. My name is Ben Goretzky, and I am the founder and owner and CEO of DesignerCon and 3D Retro. I collect a lot, but mainly I collect vinyl art figures. That really is my passion. If it's a really cool vinyl toy and it's made by an awesome artist that I like, I will collect it. Not that I'm restricting it to vinyl toys, because I do own resins and I do own a lot of art. Not enough wall space for that, but yeah, I collect a lot of things. There's my DeLorean. So, funny story how I got this car. I was 27, and my brother bought himself, remember we were working together, and he bought himself a Harley Davidson. And I'm like, what the hell, man? You bought yourself a Harley Davidson? You bought yourself a hog? He's like, yeah, I've always wanted a hog. I'm like, dude, well, what about me? He's like, what? Do you want a bike? I'm like, no, I don't want a motorcycle. He goes, well, what do you want? I said, well, don't laugh, but I've always wanted a DeLorean. He laughed, but anyway. He goes, you want a DeLorean? I'm like, yeah, I want to own a DeLorean. He goes, that's crazy. What are you going to do with a DeLorean? I'm like, I'm going to ride it around. I love that car. I've always wanted a DeLorean since I was 5 years old. And he goes, okay, I'll make a deal with you. If you find a DeLorean, we'll go look at it, and if it's in good shape at a good cost, we'll get it. And I went on a mission, and I found a DeLorean on eBay. And it was in Orange County at a exotic car dealership. They were trying to sell it on eBay. And it looked, pristine condition, great condition. So I sent it over to my brother. I'm like, I found it. I found my DeLorean. He goes, all right, fine, let's go look at it. We go to the dealership, and I'm like, hey, I'm here to look at the DeLorean. And I'm like, where is it? Is it on the floor? And I see all these Porsches and all these expensive cars out there. And they're like, oh, you're here for the DeLorean. Okay, yeah, come follow me. And they take me into the back room where it's dark. They turn on the lights and there it is. And I'm like, so it's this ugly stepchild that they're keeping in the back somewhere And they're like, here, you want a DeLorean here, it's right here. It's like, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's a DeLorean. It's weird, I've always collected like Back to the Future stuff. I remember watching Back to the Future when I was 5 years old, and I fell in love with the movie. I watched it at home on VHS. I remember when it said, to be continued, I was like, all right, where's the next one? And like, I didn't realize that I'd have to wait another 6 years to watch part 2. But I've always collected Back to the Future. Another thing I've kind of always collected is Simpson stuff. I actually used to own and operate and run one of the largest Simpson fan sites out there. But it kind of shifted, and in 2001, I went to San Diego Comic-Con and I went to the Tower Records booth. There was these things called keys, and there were these bears, and they were the same bear, except all of them had different artwork on it, and the artwork was like made by different artists. And that idea just like blew my mind. And I was like, oh my God. And I bought my first key bear right there in San Diego at the Tower Records booth in 2001, and that's when I started to fall in love with vinyl toys, and that's when I started collecting them. I love pop icons. My hero in this kind of collection stuff is Brian Levant. Like Brian's collection, beautiful. For me, I go after Peanuts, Bob's Big Boy, KFC, and Mickey Mouse. I don't hunt these things down. If I ever land on something walking through a flea market or walking through an antique store, and just by chance there's something there that's like I don't have and it's really cool, I will buy it. And especially if it's a vinyl figure, that just adds a little extra touch to it. Aesthetically, I just like placing the figures in a way where I could potentially see everything. Even like if there's figures in the back, I try to tend to put the taller ones in the back and kind of, you know, make it so that the smaller ones are in the front. So when you look at something, you can see everything all the way to the back. Display-wise, it really is just like how I aesthetically feel it's pleasing to me. And then if there's just like random things, one-offs, I'll just like put them around as long as I can see them, as long as somebody walking around can see them. I love putting them in glass displays. I've tried to do it without the glass and they just get way too dusty. And because most of these are vinyl figures, when you get the dust, you start to get, you know, the vinyl leaching, and then the dust starts getting sticky to it, and you end up like having to clean it and like soap and water delicately. Whereas glass displays it won't keep all the dust out, but it'll keep like 97% of the dust out of there. And it just makes it look more professional. Plus it also kind of gives you like the idea of like when anybody comes to look at your collection, like, oh, it's behind glass, I really shouldn't be touching these things. Where it's like if it was open shelving, they'd probably reach in and be like, oh, look at this figure, and then half the other ones would fall down and you'd be like, you're not supposed to touch those. It's like keeping your fine china behind the glass cabinet, but it's not fine china, it's a vinyl collectible figure. So, what does my wife think about my well, my kids think it's really cool. Dad collects toys. That's awesome. We can't play with them, but that's cool. As long as they get their fair share of toys to play with, it's all okay. I'm a little bit worried because my son has like started like saying like, no, this is my collection, and like he's got his Hot Wheels, and sometimes he's like, I'm like, uh-oh, it's starting already. My wife, oh boy, she's probably watching this. Love you, babe. My wife knows about this, I call it a disease because that's what it is. Collecting is a disease, guys, no matter which way you put it. She knew about this disease when we started dating and when we got married. I think as long as I keep it confined in my office, in my space, I let some of it spill out into the rest of the house. Like, we have some cereal figures out in the breakfast area, which are really cool, and they kind of mix into it. We've got some Lucy Sparrow felt figures out there too, and then occasionally there'll be like a bear brick or a figure that she's like, oh, that's actually really cute. So I'm like, hey, it's for your collection. So my wife is accepting of it to a point. She sometimes keeps me in line with purchases. And then my friends are mostly the same. They're collectors like me. When it's like a friend of my wife's that comes over and they start questioning, like, what is this stuff? As long as you explain it to them and describe like what exactly they're looking at, they actually find it to be really cool and interesting. So in terms of like grails for me and important pieces, like emotional value, I have a Mickey Mouse figure. It's one of the older ones. It's like the plush body with the vinyl head. It's the very first Mickey Mouse figure that I ever had as a kid. I probably got it from my grandmother when I was like maybe 3 or 4 years old. Probably even earlier than that, but I still have that. I still have that figure. I actually have another figure that holds emotional value to me, which is a Pappy Popeye figure given to me by my uncle around the same age. It's actually a collectible figure. Like, it's very sought after because it's one of those like big vinyl figures, and I don't know why he gave it to me like when I was like 4, but like he gave it to me and I treat it as a toy, and it's still in good shape, and I have that in my collection over by my desk. Monetary value, it's not even a figure, it's a piece of art. It's my original Drew Struzan Back to the Future alternate movie poster, which I bought. And that to me, like, you know, it's the old saying, like, if the room's on fire, what's the one thing you grab? That's the one thing I would grab, which is weird. I'd let the Mickey and Pappy figure, I guess, burn down, but I'm grabbing my Drew Struzan instead. And then just like, I guess, like personal value, or personally for me, it would be the very first vinyl figure that we made as 3D Retro, or that I produced at 3D Retro, and that's our Brandon Ragnar Pepper figure. I guess that holds a little bit more personal value to me because it was the very first vinyl figure that we as 3D Retro produced ourselves. It wasn't a colorway that we got as an exclusive. It wasn't, you know, made by somebody else for us and like we bought it outright. It was a figure that we picked, we got sculpted for us, we got the paints done for us, and we got it produced. It's weird to say as a collector, right? Oh, I didn't get it. It's like, oh, you missed out. No, not really. I didn't miss out. And the reason I don't have that mentality of missing out is because I always have this thought in the back of my head that there's always going to be more. You win some, you lose some. And I think every collector should really have that in their mind. Like, it's okay. There's gonna be another Decon next year. And guess what? That Decon is gonna have 100 more things that you're gonna wanna buy. And if you only get 80 of those 100, well then guess what? It's okay, because next year there's gonna be 100 more things that you're gonna wanna buy. It's okay to miss out on some of that because that's part of the game, and I'm okay with that. I am very proud of my collection. I'm not a completist in any sense of the manner. I have a lot, and I probably have more than most. I know that there's people out there that have everything, every piece that a certain artist released, and I'm okay with not being a completist because I'm all over the board with different artists and different brands and different mediums and manufacturers and all things like that. But in terms of like my collection making me happy, it makes me very happy. And a lot of the stuff, as you can see, it's out of the box. And the box has been thrown away. So, which a lot of people are going like, oh my God, man, you threw the box away. Why did you do that? But it's okay because they're for me and they make me happy and they're out on display. And just like in my office, sometimes I just like walk around and look at my collection and I'm like, these are really cool. They just open up to different ideas and thoughts and memories also. yeah, I'm really proud of what I have, and I have to sometimes hold back and be careful of what else I buy because I know it could be another door into another collection. So it's like, I did that when I decided I want to collect Bob's Big Boys, and when I decided I want to collect KFC Kernels, and when I said, oh man, you know, I want to do the Mickey Mouse stuff, but Mickey's dangerous. Like, you collect Mickey Mouse stuff and it's like, you can have 3 rooms this size just full of Mickey Mouse stuff. So when I was living alone, pre-wife, I kept the boxes. Like, I need to keep the box. The box is important. What if I sell the figure one day? I need to have the box, right? Makes sense. Well, I realized I'm one of those guys that really doesn't sell my collection. And if I sell my stuff and it doesn't have the box, big whoop. Most likely, the other collectors out there will still buy it. And if they don't, well, I really don't care. So 1, I gave up on the mentality that the box gives it more value. 2, the boxes were just taking up way too much space. And I realized I have a room full of boxes. I'm just like, what the hell, man? Like, I decided I'm gonna throw them away. And 3rd, I realized that half of the boxes that I was keeping as I was throwing them away were by themselves falling apart. The glue was coming undone. The print was fading. Even though they were in a pristine room with like AC, no sunlight, stacked nicely, like these things are made out of cardboard and they're falling apart. Why am I keeping these things? There's certain boxes that are very high end, and that doesn't happen. I still threw them away. But for the most part, the boxes out there that were made for most of these figures, especially in the early stages, blister packs and, you know, plastic bags and things like that. You know, sometimes I'll keep a header. I do keep the certificate of authenticities. I keep the little number cards and everything. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's like a stack this big that you can put in a Ziploc bag. And that's it. My Hot Toys, I just put all the extra hands and heads and everything in Ziploc bags too, put the name of the figure on the Ziploc bag, and that's it. And yes, I know that there's collectors out there that want the box, and they don't just want the box, they want the brown box that the box came in. So it's like, you can't win. You just can't win unless you're really gonna just put it in a freaking corner and keep it there for 20 years and not even look at the damn thing. What's the point? You're not gonna enjoy the figure. I take my Hot Toys out. I got all my Avengers laid out, done. First Avengers, the first ones that they would release. I don't have 5 Ant-Mans, I have the first Ant-Man. I don't have 6 Iron Mans, I have the, you know, Mark II or whatever it is. Like, I just don't care. And because of that, I throw the box away. You know, take it out of the box, guys. Play with it. Sometimes I buy 2 and I keep another one in the box.
I'm Nana. I'm originally from Japan, and I moved here more than 10 years ago because I was a big fan of Social Distortion. I went to the show. It was the Orange County. The show was amazing and the weather was perfect. The people are so cool, so I feel like I want to live here. I went back to Japan. I was working so hard. I saved the money for 2 years. Then, I came to United States as a student. I create product merchandise like t-shirts, sweaters. I also have accessories with my own designs, graphic. Recently, I collaborate with the Bait Footwear. It was so fun. Yes, I am a collector. If you take a look of my collection and brand, you'll get what I like. Even I was collecting masks in the pandemic time. I think I never become a minimalist. Since little, I love the dolls and the stationaries, and I used all my pocket money to buy them. And I always wished to Santa Claus for my dolls. I started collecting. I turned 19 and became a working adult with the freedom to spend money. Then first my big collection was the Chucky doll. So from the movie Child Play, I had so much Child Play doll. I still have it in Japan too. I love collecting vintage antique doll and toys. I love monsters, 60s, 70s monsters toys are so colorful and cute, creepy faces. That's why I love the monsters, like, yeah, especially maybe Universal monsters and stuff. Yeah. I arrange my living space with how the doll looks. I love creating the room that showcase them. So I still have some favorite pieces that I haven't displayed yet. Eventually, I want to decorate the room with all of them. I'm always attracted, creepy, cute, weird, with the big eyes and the baby faces. So I don't know why, but as you can see, I'm naturally attracted to them. So, and that's why I have collected them up to this point.
So what are your most cherished pieces?
Yes, that is Splash Me doll. This is the picture book and the doll that were made in the late 1919 to 1920. So I first found the picture book on Etsy for $6. So it was truly miracle to find it for $6. I also love the Little Miss No Name doll. It was shock for me when I first saw her. When I was still living in Japan and I visited a toy store. It's called Spiral in Harajuku. So inside the display case, I saw a box with Little Miss No Name doll, and I attracted those big sad eyes. Then I feel like, yeah, I wanna bring her home, but in that time, that was more than $1,000 in Japan, so I couldn't buy that time. So the first time I actually got my hands on her was when a co-worker whom I worked with before going to America gave her to me as a parting gift. She didn't come with box, but she became an even more special doll to me with deeper meaning. I never stopped collecting stuff because recently people saying you have to be a minimalist, but I never become a minimalist. I love collecting stuff, and this is my life, I think. I have an Instagram. It's Miss Ladybug CA. You can see my Instagram and the web shop. Then what I like, you can see.
Are you proud of your collection?
Proud? I think so. I'm proud my collections because they love to live here, I guess. These are all my friends.
Cool.
Thanks, Reggie. No problem at all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to the Frida. Welcome to the opening night of this amazing series. I always wanted to do one of these events with an alcoholic beverage in my hand, so I graduated here.
We're here on the 4th day of our Showa Godzilla weekend that we're doing with the Frida Cinema. We're showcasing basically the 15 Showa era Godzilla movies in chronological order. The Showa era movies were basically the first 15 movies that went on before they took a break, and then they started into the Heisei, Millennium, and obviously the modern Godzilla movies. We have a long relationship with the theater itself. Logan and Trevor, who run the Frida, along with a great staff, they've always asked us to help participate with the genre films. When they asked us specifically for this, which is something we had talked about for a long time, a lot of it came down to promotion, a lot of the art that was generated for it. We did the pre-show along with getting some vendors together to vend in the lobby to sell Godzilla, kaiju-oriented product. We helped get Super 7 on board to bring some things out, which was really exciting. Sean Linkenback, he wrote a great book that showed all the various posters from all the different countries, and I kind of went and did a little deep dive on all my favorite art that was produced and kind of reworked it to work for the theater promotion.
What happened between 1954, when Godzilla was trashing Tokyo as a walking metaphor for the atomic bomb, and 1964, when Godzilla is teaming up with Rodan and Mothra to save the Earth from the terrible King Ghidorah? Well, a lot happened. Japan really underwent a transformation economically and also to a certain extent culturally.
One of the things I was really excited about with the event was actually working with Reggie, who knew Steve Rifle. It was interesting because I had grown up sort of reading his work and listening to his audio commentaries on DVDs, and I was so familiar with it. So I had spoken with Reggie over at the Frida and asked him if he could get in contact with Steve to bring him out to basically give a little intro and talk about some of the movies, which he was more than happy to do, which I thought was great to actually meet, I guess, somebody that I would consider a hero in real life.
But I think now, especially in the last 20 years, we've rediscovered these films as cinema, and we've come to understand that they are part of world cinema, and that they are a significant contribution to Japanese cinema and science fiction cinema. And Godzilla is a testament to that. This is the longest running, or one of the longest running film series in the history of cinema. Certainly it's longer than James Bond. And Godzilla is a worldwide phenomenon.
The beautiful part about these movies, I think, is that everybody can take certain parts of it and love it. Like, as children, I think a lot of people engaged with the films, and I think there's something very primal with the movies. In essence, Godzilla is like a giant dinosaur, and kids go from loving dinosaurs, and then I think there's a bit of like a power thing with kids where they love seeing the monsters destroying the buildings. For a lot of adults, when they watch the films, it's sort of like a time machine that takes them back to their youth and something they can enjoy. And then as an adult, you can also enjoy the craftsmanship, looking at them as certain period pieces of the time, looking at the costuming, how things were developed back then. It's a really interesting snapshot of Japan at that time when you're looking at these films. I'd really have to give a lot of credit to Logan and Trevor from the Frida Theater for even thinking about bringing us on. I've always had a lot of conversations about them, about bringing more genre pictures to the theater. A lot of the films in the genre I like are a lot weirder, and they were fortunate to let me add a bunch of secret screenings at the very end of each evening. A lot of these movies, I don't know if they ever were shown in a big theater. One of the movies in particular was only shown on television, I believe. The other films played in Japan in the theaters, but I don't think they ever came over to the States for a theatrical release. Celebrity Icons, which is like a celebrity management agency for a lot of Japanese actors, provided to us a bunch of autographed photos of various actors from the different Showa era movies, and we were able to run a little giveaway for people that had pre-purchased tickets. Each day we would sort of at random pick somebody that would win one of these photos, which was really, I mean, an amazing donation by them. In the aisle, my friend Chris Sapp, whose family had been in the business of selling movie posters for the last 50 years. I had spoken with him about, basically wallpapering the lobby with vintage posters that are available for purchase from various countries of different kaiju films. This event was sort of like a real labor of love. I'm thankful for everybody that came through, and I really would like to thank Logan, Trevor, Reggie, the whole staff at the Frida Cinema for putting up with my nonsense, Chris with Atomic Art of Music, all the folks over at Super 7, and especially Steve Rifle for coming through and basically listening to me blather on and on about how awesome I thought his work was. When it comes to the Creature Bazaar involvement with the Frida Cinema and working on like the show at Godzilla Weekend with them, there's a level of camaraderie when it comes to the attendance of the show. I love putting it out there and creating events for people, whether they're fans of Godzilla, fans of Creature Bazaar, fans of the Frida Cinema, where they can kind of converge on one point, and we all kind of gather around a very like idea or mindset about the love of this medium. We did a large promotion at the most recent Monsterpalooza event where, you know, I legitimately talked to every single person that was at the show wearing a Godzilla t-shirt, or they stopped by our booth and was looking at some Godzilla figures and told them about the show. And bringing that audience down to Santa Ana to the Frida Theater is really rewarding, because I think this theater has a lot of magic in it, and there's a lot of charm to it that isn't found in some of the theaters out in LA or in other places. And to have these people kind of converge onto Santa Ana and have an evening out here and just see the kind of the fun and the beauty of the city that I see, it's really nice.
Hi, I'm Show Pigeon. I'm a tattooer and painter in Orange County, California, and right now we're at Museo in Anaheim. It's a museum and cultural center, and I'm doing an artist residency program with them here this summer. So when Museo invited me to be their artist in residence, they explained the program to me and said, so, you know, pitch us an idea for a series or something you would work on while you're here, a body of work. And I had already done one piece that I'd been thinking would make a cool series, and it just fit perfectly with the idea of doing it as a residency project. So I had taken a vintage illustration from an advertisement in a yearbook from 1929, I believe, from Whittier High School, that my friend just stumbled across. It was at a thrift shop. And there was this amazing ad in it that I sort of revived. I did my own version of it as a painting. And I started thinking, man, that would be a cool series, because I'm so influenced by things like Kewpies, you know, old advertisements and old characters' vintage illustration. So when they presented me with the idea, I said, oh, okay, this would be perfect, because we're based in, you know, Museo's in Anaheim, and they like to do a lot with the community of Anaheim itself and Southern California in general. So I said, what if my series was taking vintage ephemera, things that were, you know, just advertisements, things made to be temporary. And what if I take the illustrations on those items and use that as the basis of my painting series? So I'm kind of reviving these vintage illustrations, putting my own spin on it, but very purposefully based on those designs to kind of celebrate not only Southern California, but these commercial artists who were real working artists that nobody knows their names. You know, you look at a matchbook and you don't even think about the person behind that illustration, but it becomes so much part of the fabric of the area that you live in when it's attached to these restaurants or businesses. The series I'm working on is a celebration of that. You're good.
How do I pull more? Now there's this line. How do I pull more?
So keep going back. So the residency itself, it's a program that Museo started last summer. It's sponsored by Republic Services. The idea of this program is to introduce people to the artist and get them a peek at their process. So part of what I'm doing when people come in, instead of just staring at me working, they can actually try the same painting techniques that I use, which has been incredibly fun. So I have an art station set up. It's for all ages, but kids obviously are very attracted to it because kids love being creative. But with the adults, I've been teaching them actually the techniques that I use because they're curious about how I use the nib for outlining, how I use spit shading, which is my painting technique. And a lot of times, because it has an interesting name, people are very curious about it. And I have a fake spit made up for people to use because we don't want to encourage sharing brushes with people's spit, obviously. What I've been using for the demonstration is just mixing some glycerin in with water, and it works great. So one of the really cool things about this program is getting what people see as tattoo art, because technically it is. The paintings are based on a traditional tattoo painting technique, which doesn't mean that it's the technique that you use when you're making a tattoo, but it means when you're making the designs that you would show as the thing that you would tattoo on a person. That's not the kind of thing you would see in a museum. Normally you go to a museum and you think of very highbrow art, and this is a lowbrow art form. It's a folk art, and that's what I think is really cool and special about them inviting me to do this residency here, because that's sort of the whole idea of this program, is getting people in touch with art that they're maybe not familiar with, that they maybe have preconceived notions about, and seeing, first of all, the artistry behind it, and then also the person behind it. If they're not familiar with people who are heavily tattooed, I'm probably the least threatening person they could ever talk to. I've had people come in and ask me a million questions about tattoos because they're like, is it okay? I don't have any tattoos. And I'm like, hey, this is the time to ask. I'm here working. Let's answer all of your questions. I never would have guessed that the vintage things or dolls that I was interested in would have been so heavily embedded in my career, which has now become a very successful career that I'm making a living off of, and very happy mid-career, and have sights on where I could grow from here, and it's something that I never would have imagined. I think it's really special because, especially as an artist, I don't know, I think probably with anything, people often think like you need to be a certain type of whatever, a certain type of artist or a certain type of person to be a professional artist. And I think it's really cool that I've been able to make a career off of celebrating things I love, leaning into who I am instead of who I think I'm supposed to be. That's sort of what my whole career has been about. That's what becoming a tattooer was. I grew up more straight-laced and anti-tattoo for just the same stigma reasons that anybody is. And to lean into that and celebrate it, and the series too here, that's the whole idea, is kind of celebrating folk art, untraditional art, commercial art even, things that don't normally get celebrated. The series will go up on July 22nd. There's going to be a reception, free to the public, and there's also going to be a special refreshment at the reception that I'm super excited about. We're doing a collaboration with Tacumbo, which is a local Anaheim ice cream shop. They're doing a special show pigeon flavor, and that's going to debut at the reception. So come and have that. And then if you can't make the reception, the show will run through September 3rd, and the flavor will run through September 3rd. You can go to Tacumbo, get the flavor, and then you'll get a discount ticket to get you into Museo to catch my reception and all the other amazing shows here on Museo's campus. My website is showpigeon.com, and you can follow me on Instagram at showpigeon, TikTok at showpigeon, and I'm on Threads now too. I've been doing a lot of reels and TikToks of what I've been doing day to day at the residency, so you can get a good peek at that, including images of me teaching people how to spit shade or just working on the series. It's been a lot of fun.
My name is Nick. I am by trade a television editor slash producer slash what have you. I've worked in TV now for almost 20 years. You'd probably know my work mostly from the Netflix show, The Toys That Made Us. So outside of my day job as a television editor, I have a side project I do. It's an online show called The Secret Compartment. It's essentially an online vintage toy discussion show. There's no shortage of that these days. If you go on YouTube, there's countless channels devoted to the topic of toy collecting, be it modern or vintage or both, everything in between. And I, being a toy collector and being somebody who is well-versed in media creation, this was for me a way to kind of combine my two biggest loves into one passion project. And the goal was to kind of take the contemporary trope of the YouTube toy collector show and both kind of turn the idea on its head and also kind of reinvent it into something a little more unique and elevated. It's a show I make with my friend and my partner, Rich Myrick, who I met while working on The Toys That Made Us. We host the show along with the classic 1979 action figure ROM Space Knight, who, as it turns out, is a angry, bitter, washed up, cantankerous son of a bitch. When it comes to collecting, I'm a child of the late 70s and 80s, early 90s. A lot of it is pretty obvious, I think. You know, it's a lot of the obvious stuff you would see for somebody who grew up in that era and was brainwashed by all of those properties. I collect Star Wars, I collect Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Ninja Turtles. The thing that's so wonderful about that time is it was so dense with toy lines and properties. There is so much you can collect, and I have made it my mission to try and collect as many of those as possible. While I do have a nice selection of the more obvious mainstream stuff, I have my weird little niche lines. I have things like Rocks and Bugs and Things, Matchbox's Parasites. Who the hell knows what Parasites is? Blurt Balls. That sounds like a medical condition, but it's actually a toy line from the early 90s. They're basically like Mad Balls, but a little bit better. And they were actually designed by the same people. I know some collectors like to have a focus, and I have a focus, but my focus just happens to be everything. And in doing that, I have to be a little curated. I have to keep my collection a little curated because it's easy to go off the rails and just glut the shelves up with shit. For example, I'm a big Masters of the Universe fan, but if you see my vintage Masters of the Universe collection, it's the core characters from the first 2 years of the line. And everybody says, why don't you have a complete collection? You're a big Masters of the Universe fan. And I said, well, I could, but then I wouldn't have anywhere to put all these other lines. Where would I put all these Black Star guys, and these Warrior Beasts, and these Warlord figures, and these Crystar figures? And so sometimes you got to make hard choices, and you need to be a little bit more selective and a little more curated when your focus is everything. I collect because I grew up in a household where collecting was the norm. If you were to take this room and transmogrify everything into like mom trinkets, that's what my parents' house would look like. I grew up getting dragged to antique stores and flea markets. Add to that the fact that I grew up in an era of flagrant, unchecked marketing that permanently warped the minds of an entire generation to the point where we have arguably unhealthily melded our identities with these properties because they were foisted on us when we were at such a delicate developmental stage in our lives. And now here I am. It's how many years? 35, 40 years later, and here I am with the same shit that I've had since I was 5. Is this fun? Yes. Is it also kind of a mental illness? Absolutely. Guilty. So part of my mental illness as it relates to my collecting dictates that the style in which I collect all comes down to the presentation. And I try to model my collection as close to, for lack of a better term, a museum exhibit as I possibly can. Because I think of this stuff first and foremost as art. I think of this stuff as pop art, really. Yes, these are toys that were commercially mass-produced for children to play with. But there is a aesthetic to them, there is an artifice to them, there is a style to them. Everything on these shelves is the product of deliberate, creative process executed by artists and designers who, yes, they were collecting a paycheck at a corporate-owned toy company, but they were exercising their artistic muscles. They were creating art. And so for me, it's important to present these items on my shelves as close to the original creative intention as possible. And so because of that, I treat them like specimens in a museum display. And so I want them to be as clean and pure and fresh as possible, so that when you see them, you go, oh, that's Tex Hex. And that is exactly how Tex Hex was designed and intended to look by the artists who made him. This makes my life a little difficult because a lot of times I have to hold out and wait until I can get certain items in the condition that I feel is worthy of going on these shelves, as opposed to just like compromising and saying, well, I want that, it's a little beat up, but I need that one. And so I have collections that have taken longer than others to build out because it's not good enough. I think of it like it's almost like a visual reference. You can look at these shelves and see like, that's the line, those are the toys, they're complete, that's what all their accessories are. There's kind of like a historical, archaeological aspect to it. Again, this is me. I know not all collectors are like this. I know some collectors, they don't mind to see a little scuff and rough on their figures because it tells a story. And to be honest, for some of the items in my collection, especially some of the ones that I've had since childhood, that is the case. For example, my Kenner Star Wars collection, 90% of that collection is my collection from when I was a child. As a kid, I took very good care of my toys, but I did play with them. So if you look at them, you are gonna see some scuffs. You are gonna see some missing accessories. For me, for that line particular, because it has so much autobiographical significance for me, I don't feel hard-pressed to upgrade that collection. I don't feel hard-pressed to go in and replace some of those with nicer, cleaner ones. Because in that particular example, the history wrapped up in them does kind of top the glitz and glamour I would have with like a freshly upgraded Star Wars collection. Not to mention that Kenner Star Wars figures are some of the most expensive things you could try and, especially if you want really nice minty ones. And rather than spend all that money to upgrade my Star Wars collection, that's money I could spend on other things. There's always that one line that a lot of collectors have that they focus on more than any, or just holds a special place for them. For me, personally, my favorite property from that era is Masters of the Universe. A lot of that goes all the way back to my early childhood. My life kind of revolved around that and Star Wars. And Star Wars has since become so all-encompassing and prevalent and almost to the point of being oppressive in how ubiquitous it is, that I feel like over the years Star Wars has lost a little bit of the magic for me because it's just been endlessly crammed down our throats. And for a very long time, Masters of the Universe was this kind of forgotten byproduct of that era, even though it was one of the biggest things to happen in the 1980s in terms of toy lines and children's entertainment. And that kind of added to its mystique, that when the 80s properties were starting to become in vogue a little bit, like back in the I would say mid-aughts, We started to get the Michael Bay Transformer movies, and they tried to do G.I. Joe movies, but that, But Masters of the Universe was kind of the redheaded stepchild of the big properties of that era. That added to the mystique. I kind of reassessed it and revisited it at a point and fell back in love with it all over again. It's interesting how you can kind of have an appreciation for something as a kid and then have a completely different appreciation for it as an adult. And that was kind of what happened for me with that property. As an adult, and as an adult who is a creative, I just really dialed in on how vibrant and colorful and weird that property is. How it seemingly has no rules. It's barbaric high fantasy married with space and science fiction, and I just really loved the whole kind of lawlessness of it all. How anything went. If it was weird and wild and you could make a cool toy of it or a cool character out of it, it worked in the line. And so to this day, it's still my main squeeze in terms of these old properties. And so now the thing is, I have less vintage toys for Masters of the Universe, but I have more random merchandise and ephemera from the era, because at my age now, that stuff seems more fascinating than the toys. It was a grossly over-merchandised property. Anything you can think of that could have a He-Man or a Skeletor plastered on it was made. And I have a nice little collection of random Masters of the Universe merchandise. The stuff I have is the tip of the iceberg. It's insane how much stuff there was. So that's definitely been a quest of quality over quantity, because again, I like a lot of stuff, and so I have to be very careful with how I curate and pare things down and only focus on quality over quantity. When it comes to Grail items, there are things you have that you are proud of because they are valuable. And then there are things you have that you are proud of because you just really love them. And for me personally, I don't like to get caught up in the trophy-ness of it all. Some of my favorite items in my collection are some of the cheapest, most common items. I have items that are more expensive, and maybe I felt the need to spend a lot of money on them at the time because I really wanted it, but then in hindsight I realized, yes, I like this, but this dumb thing I bought for 20 bucks, if the house was on fire, I'd probably take that first. And then there are items that are both, like I just really wanted them, but then it just so happened to be expensive. So for me personally, it changes a lot in terms of what I feel a special affinity for at any given time. It depends on what point in my life I'm at, or it depends on what phase I'm in. As collectors, we all have those phases where we kind of latch on to a toy line or a property that we get really super fixated on and obsessed with for a period of time. And then we kind of like get, ooh, squirrel, we get interested in something else. Here's a good example of one that has a really strong personal significance for me. And that is my LJN V doll. The V miniseries from the 1980s. It's one of my favorite pieces of television ever made. And it dropped at a really formative time in my life. I was very young, and it just really made a big impact on me. And while a lot of the themes were over my head for the time, I could tell even as a kid there was just more meat on the bones with that show. And I had the LJN V doll, and it was a doll that I lost as a kid. If you lost a toy, and it was a toy that was no longer on store shelves, you just lost that toy. And you had to hope you found one somewhere down the line. And so for many years of my childhood, the V doll was the one that got away, because it literally got away. I lost that doll. It was heartbreaking. Flash forward many years later, now into the late 90s, as a surprise Christmas gift from my mom, I was given a new mint inbox LJN V doll. And it was one of those presents where it wasn't a gift I asked for. I had no idea this was coming. And it was one of the most pleasantly surprising gifts I've ever received. And to this day, I still have it, and I refuse to take it out of the box because of the circumstances surrounding how I got that. Another one would be the Superpowers Batmobile. That was a toy I had wanted for my entire childhood and never got. And much like the V-Doll, the Batmobile was a surprise Christmas gift from now, flash forward so many years after that, from my girlfriend. And it was the same thing. I didn't ask for that. I didn't tell her I wanted that. In classic girlfriend style, she heard me talking about how I'd always wanted one, how cool I thought it was. That Batmobile is one of the coolest toys of the 1980s. And so finally getting one, and in such another pleasantly surprising way, was really cool. I'm particularly stoked on this thing. This is a Spanish, as in from Spain, in-store display for these little hokey toy watches that have He-Man and Skeletor faces. But they're not actually operating watches. They just have little dials you could turn. It has like 4 times of day that you can like rotate through the eyeballs. This thing, I just randomly came across this once on eBay. And I had never seen it before. I didn't know it existed. It has ridiculous artwork. It's got Zodak on it, which is cool because Zodak never gets a lot of love. It's just a really weird, unique thing. This is what I was talking about, in that they just made everything and put a Masters of the Universe logo on it. Everybody who comes in here sees this thing and is like immediately like, what the hell is that? My Rocks and Bugs and Things, that was a toy line from 85 or 86 from Ideal Toys. It is one of those very strange one-off toy lines that nobody knew about. I always felt like if I ever met collectors who were into that line, it's like this secret club. And so as an adult, I've had to track them down over the years. They're very hard to find in nice condition. They're very hard to find with the little mortal creatures that they're designed to eat. That is one of my favorite toy lines ever. But if I'm being perfectly honest, my absolute favorite, most cherished item in this whole room is Max. You look at a collection like this and you say, Nick, you couldn't possibly need anything more. And you would be absolutely right. I don't need anything more. In fact, I should probably stop. But I want more. And so, are there things I'm looking for? Yes. Am I going to tell you what they are? No. It has generally been a rule of thumb, for me personally, to not discuss items I am on the hunt for, because by doing that, this is a pro tip, by the way, so I'm cluing you into some privileged information. If you go around town blabbing about what you're looking for, you're gonna tip off other people who maybe didn't know that thing existed or that it's something that's worth tracking down, and now you've got that many more people you're competing with to track that item down. And so, shy of a few sellers and dealers who could maybe find me that thing, or close friends, I don't talk about that. I am very active online, probably more active than I should be. I waste a lot of time on Instagram. I have my personal account, FuzzFang, where I sometimes post my art, but I mostly post pictures of my toys because I don't have a lot of time to make art these days. And when I do make art, I make the Secret Compartment. And I'm on Instagram for Secret Compartment 2, _secret_compartment_show. Why did I make a handle that long and unwieldy? I don't know, but there it is. There's also thesecretcompartment.com. That's probably a lot easier to remember. From there, you can get to our Instagram account. You can get to our YouTube channel. Our shows are posted on the website and they're posted on YouTube. I also have my personal portfolio website, fuzzfang.com. You could look at my art. You can see my editing reel. You can see what shows I work on. I can be contacted professionally through there. It's not difficult to find me online. I am proud of my collection, but not necessarily because I just bought a bunch of shit and shoved it in cabinets. I'm proud of my collection because of the way I have channeled my creativity into my collection is what I'm more proud of. Because for me, personally, just the act of amassing things isn't something you should necessarily be proud of because you're just kind of consuming. But more so, what do you do with that stuff once you have it? And for me, I use my collection as a way to kind of exercise my creativity and how I display and how I stage the room, how I light the room. You know, I grew up in Southern California going to Disneyland, and I think from a very young age, going to Disneyland had a big, subconsciously maybe, had a big impact on me in terms of lighting and atmosphere and setting a mood. And for me, that's always been a priority with how I display my collection. If I can't light it a certain way and stage it a certain way and arrange it a certain way and create a vibe with it, it's almost kind of pointless. Then it's just a pile of stuff. And so the pride I take in my collection is not because of how much of it I've wasted my money on, but in how I have chosen to display it and create an environment with it. When people come into my home and they come into this room, everybody's face lights up when they come in here. And that's regardless of whether or not they're toy collectors. You can make two different impressions on someone with the same toy collection based on how you've chosen to present it. And because how you present it and how you display it and kind of the way you position it to be interpreted by someone is the difference between an oh and a oh.
You know, the toy community wouldn't be anything without you people, and I appreciate you. But thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it so much. We appreciate it so much. Thanks, Bwana and Rampage.
I'm Paul Kaiju. I'm a toy maker, currently residing in sunny San Diego, making toys. And here we were at Summer Slime 2023. The event went smooth, lots of cool people, lots of familiar faces, and lots of new faces. And basically people that all love Sotheby in all its beautiful forms, and mine and Bwana's and John Rampage too.
Summer Slime was originally Paul's event. So Paul would do an event. A few years into him doing his own event, he invited Bwana to be part of the event. And at that time, Bwana and I had already started working together a bit on various projects. And I was living abroad, and then when I moved back, Paul reached out to me and asked me to join the group. Bwana and Paul are like the top of the top in the American soft vinyl scene. So like hanging out with them is a no-brainer. Like you get asked to be in an event with those guys and you just say yeah.
From the early days, me and Bwana were like part of the few people doing it in the States. There wasn't a lot of Sotheby makers in the States. Bwana came from vintage toy appeal. That's why he does it. He liked Star Wars toys and he liked Microman. I liked Microman and I liked kind of the reverse. I thought Star Wars toys were okay. We've come from the same place. You know, they were our friends. We want to make more friends for other people.
I think a lot of people come to an event like this knowing what they want. They have a shelf full of a certain kind of thing and they're coming to look to add to that certain kind of thing. When you get newer people coming in, younger people coming in, people who aren't so hardline about one thing in particular, and they might be keen on something that they just like.
And that's like the best thing that can happen is someone comes along and they like what you're making.
Hi, I'm Victoria and we're at Summer Slime 2023. So I got these from Banana Spoons, they're just stickers. And then I got the Jester from Creature Bazaar. And then I got Carnage from Rampage, and then some of his patches. And then I got also these from Rampage.
You know, it's a small event, but if you had 10 more people who were just dabbling in it for the first time and grabbing a thing or two, even if it wasn't expensive, like, you know, maybe down the line they'd have a collection of your stuff. And then you know, you'd form a relationship with them, and then they would end up being the person that had your toys lined up on their shelf, and they would go to an event to get your toys. And yeah, I think that's kind of like the only way it moves forward. And like Kwong's always pushing to find new people and make new connections in different scenes between soft vinyl and other art forms and other collector scenes. He's doing all of us a service who are trying to do this as a means of making a living or as a passionate, like a passion project, whichever it might be. In Summer Slime, I don't think any of us are looking to make people jump through hoops. We want to like bring cool stuff to people and try and expand the scene. Get some new blood in, let people like decide what they like and let them have an opportunity to buy it. And so doing it in like a fun event like this, it's even better. So you're not just coming to like buy toys necessarily. You know, you're hanging out, getting tacos, drinking beer.
We are at Summer Slime 23, and my name's Eddie Kess, Resin Blood, and flew all the way here from Philadelphia to get some toys.
Is this your first time ever making it to Summer Slime?
Yes, it is, and you know, I've seen it online for a couple years, and to have access to just look at the stuff all at once and get an exclusive, you know. This is a Creature Bazaar toy that's just like one of a kind. It's awesome. This Bazinga is really nice. But I like this ice cream cone. This is where it's at. Just the whole thing is just amazing. Softy.
There are guys out there that run little private shops. They have followings big enough to attract a crowd to like their own spaces. In Japan, there's like the Daikaiju Salon that's run by Pico Pico, and they do events, little events there, selling stuff made by local guys like Blobpuss. I mean, like Decon's the biggest thing here in the States, drawing people, and 5 Points is the biggest event on the East Coast. But in terms of like backyard events like this, like sort of like more punk rock sort of stuff, I mean, this really sort of takes the cake.
People really appreciate what we bring, and we all work really hard up to this event. And you know, a lot of events have come and gone, but this one always stands strong in our hearts, you know, because this is where we like to give.
Hey, we're very I love the toy community. The toy community is amazing. And Kwong, thanks so much for hosting us. It's incredible. The Creature Bazaar guys are just awesome. I paint with them and we hang out, and we're like a hobby family. It's great.
I remember the first time I ever saw a Softbee Kaiju, I didn't even know the name of it, but I made up my own stuff about it. It was my own character that I imagined it being until I discovered the name and the show it was from. You know, there's people maybe a little younger than me, and some super young, but they all seem to get it. They all seem to get this this appeal out of it.
I'm here just because I really like the atmosphere, and me and my stepdad collect the figurines. My stepdad started collecting them a couple years ago, and then he would just buy like little mini ones for me. So I started just collecting them slowly and just building up my collection. And I really like how creative the people that make them are.
I really like seeing young people getting into it because that's how I started, was enjoying it when I was 12, is looking at these slightly crude vinyl figurines and seeing the kind of magic in them. And there's a lot of people too that want to make them and want to understand where that magic comes from.
Do you plan on coming back to SummerSlam?
Absolutely. It's a good time. It's a good community, people hanging out. Very good.
Yeah, I think we'll come like yearly to every SummerSlam that they have, which is really cool.
I come out here every year mostly excited to hang out with my friends that I do the event with. My favorite part is like being in this cluttered mess of an area. It's like big kids' playground, kind of like art class, but we're all, quote unquote artists. So, we throw ideas around. There have been dozens of projects that happened because we sat here for hours just shooting the shit and talking smack and deciding what we liked or didn't like. The best part is hanging out with these guys.
I'd love to thank everyone who came out. I'd love to thank the toy community in general. And anyone new, you're part of it. Don't let anyone alienate you or tell you what to collect. You like what you like. That makes you you. Be you. Don't be what other people think you should be by telling you what to collect. Enjoy everything you got. We are the luckiest kids in the universe, all of us. Even though I'm 57, I feel like a lucky kid in the universe, pretty much still.
My name's John Malmsted. I go by Rampage Toys, and we're in the sort of Creature Bazaar Central, the garage where the prep work for SummerSlam, basically that all goes down here.
And how long have you been painting, and how long have you been into like soft vinyl?
I think I was introduced to it in like 2008. Which for some people here, like Paul and Buana, that's kind of late. They were into it well before me. Got my first airbrush in 2010 and just kind of ran from there. I was living in Japan. The scene was really different then. It was a completely different place. But I went to Buana's original Grass Hut shop in Portland and bought some soft vinyl toys, to the chagrin of my ex-wife. So she's my ex-wife now. Maybe it's because of the toys, who knows? But I bought some toys. They were expensive, but I loved them. And then I met Buana, and Buana was like warm and welcoming, and he gave me a bunch of pointers. At the time, it was like a really tiny group of people in the States that were actually even interested in making this stuff. And so it was easier, I think, to get the information that I needed, maybe a little bit more open than it would be now. But yeah, so then I ended up moving to Japan. I didn't speak a word of Japanese. I learned Japanese by talking to people at events, talking to friends. I climb, and I met a bunch of friends through climbing and going out to eat and all that sort of stuff. Made a bunch of friends who were willing to like deal with my crappy Japanese that basically didn't exist and then started to exist, and then just developed over time into something that I'm more or less communicative in the language now. And I generally sculpt from ideas in my head and reference images, and then I do the wax prototyping myself. So there's like the different stages in the production of a toy. Like you sculpt a figure in whatever medium you sculpt in, it has to get translated into wax. The wax is used for the mold. Some people sculpt directly in the wax, and then so I take it to the wax stage, and then I send it to Japan. It gets molded. And the mold, once it's ready, is basically good forever unless it gets destroyed or damaged. And so then when I get the figures pulled from the mold in whatever color I get, I paint them. And then I sell them. So I guess the only part of the process that I don't actually have my hands involved with is the making of the mold. which I'm fine with. I don't need to be dealing with that. Everything I do, I have made in Japan. The quality of the molds that are made in Japan, I find to be well above and beyond anything you can get made anywhere else. The quality of the raw material, the raw vinyl, is also better. Also, the facilities are really important to me, the ones I support in Japan. They are small facilities, many of them. In the course of time that I've been doing this as a means of making a living, there have been many that have already closed down because the age of the people running those, either the vinyl casting facilities or the mold making facilities, they're old. They're getting old. And one of the major mold makers closed down in 2016. And when he closed down, mold pricing immediately went up by about 30 to 40%. He's gone now, and other people have taken over, and they do just the same quality, if not better. Some of them are a little bit better even, but the price is definitely a massive increase from what it was before 2016. My first soft vinyl toy was made in 2011. Before that, I was making resin figures for about 3 or 4 years, relatively unsuccessfully, but yeah. Buona was more or less my first influence in this genre specifically. He and I have become fast friends. It's not like a fandom thing, I don't think. I think we're actually genuinely really good friends. We work well together. Aside from that, I was really into some of the more mass-produced Japanese makers' designs. From the beginning, I was into Devil Robot stuff, sort of a design collaborative that then turned into an individual running his own design business. Those would be the two big ones that I would point out. So the Devil Robots being sort of more like very sharp design, and Buona being very rough and handmade looking all around. I'm JM Rampage, all one word on Instagram. I guess there's some fake accounts out there too nowadays, but everyone has those to deal with. And then rampagetoys.com, I guess is my URL. If it still works, hopefully it does, but it takes you to my web shop. But I used to be kind of active with my blog. I always say I want to get more active with my blog, but maybe one day I will. When I was living in Japan, I ran a small gallery in my living room, and I think I hosted some of the people that have gone on to be the absolute pinnacle of the scene. And I've worked with dozens of people that I'm absolutely proud to say I've worked with. I make a living doing something that I love, so what's to not be proud about?
The Barbarian Rage comic book is sort of like a stop-motion comic book that uses these puppets that I've made instead of doing traditional artwork. So this is the main character, Kilgar, and him and his friend Leech, the wizard. Leech the wizard. They, I don't even know what my own goddamn book is about. My name is Scott Cherry. Some people know me as Barbarian Rage, and I'm a toy artist. I've always wanted to do a comic book. Ever since I was in high school, I learned how to read by reading comic books. It's something that I always wanted to do, and I have done it. The Barbarian Rage comic book is about a wizard and a warrior and their adventures together. I started the Barbarian Rage comic book as sort of a way to tie a comic book and the toys together. I wanted that old 80s thing of comic books and toys and bed sheets and underoos, but right now I'm content with the comic book and the toys. I also have some trading cards. This is a mini series that will eventually be compiled into a graphic novel. Depending on how I'm feeling afterwards, then I'll do more. I mean, this is like the pilot, you know, I'll see how I'm feeling afterwards. I've definitely learned a lot about making the puppets and learned a lot about photography and toy photography and everything. So I feel like the books are getting better, and if I could start over right now, I think it would be even that much better. So I feel like it does get better as it goes on. But it also gets more difficult and more time-consuming. It's a massive pain in the ass. You know, I tried to do stop motion when I was in my 20s, and it was just so much work. And I put years of work into this project, and we never animated even 1 second. And I figured that this would be sort of a shortcut to getting that. I had been playing with this idea of making this comic book for a long time, for years before I even started it. Once the lockdown happened for COVID, I was like, there's no more excuses. So COVID was spent making this comic book and launching the Kickstarter and getting it printed. That's sort of how I spent COVID, was with this comic book. Doing this project is actually doing like 7 different projects. Even just writing the story was a huge hurdle for me because I wrote a bunch of stories before I was even happy with one. And making, you know, the clothes for this and the armor and all the different faces and the wigs and everything, like this in itself is a massive project. And then you have to make another one just like it, you know, and then building the sets and then figuring out the layout of the book. And I've never published anything before, so figuring out the bleed on the pages and you know, because I want to do everything right. And then I did an oil painting for the cover, and then you have to organize a Kickstarter, which it can be a full-time job just running a Kickstarter, and then that never ends. I mean, when you fund that, then the real job begins, because now you got to go make the thing that you just sold. My first soft vinyl toy was not easy. I feel like everyone's first soft vinyl toy is hard. There's a lot of gatekeeping and people that won't tell you where their thing is made or how they made it. Even if you did have all of that knowledge, then it's like, well, what are you gonna make, you know? Because then there's the pressure of you're spending so much money up front to get this thing made, and you know, then when you release it, if people don't like it, you're screwed, you know? This is the toy right here, you know? It seems very basic, a very basic design. I did that intentionally because I wanted to be able to turn this figure into whatever I want, into anything. It's a blank toy. And I started off as a toy customizer when I was a little kid. And that is just what speaks to me, is taking this and then just customizing the hell out of it. This started as this, you know, this is basically the same toy. What made me crazy enough to want to make a vinyl toy is I got sick of pouring resin. You know, I wanted something made. I wanted a production run. I've been doing resin toys for like 7 or 8 years, maybe more. And I've been customizing my entire life. And this is just the next natural progression, I feel. I'm on the other side of it now, and it's been a fantastic experience. I think they turned out great, and I'm having a lot of fun customizing the toys. You know, sometimes I get down on other people and they're like, oh, I just had so much fun making this. And I'm always like, your artwork shouldn't be fun. It should be grueling and torturous. And when you're done with it, you should hate yourself. But finding the fun in your artwork is a part of that artwork too. And it's actually, in my opinion, it's one of the hardest things to do, is to find the fun in what you're doing. I was in a very low, miserable place making toys a while back, and I bought one of these from Barely Human. It was one of these blanks, these blank vinyl toys. And I painted this, all these little tattoos and all this little artwork all over it. At first I was like, I just wanted to put like some red and black on it. But then I was like, why don't I really just go all out and just like paint the shit out of this toy and really just make it look awesome. And when I was done with it, I was like, I found my fun again with the toys, and it was really just like putting this laborious paint job on this toy. I really loved it so much, and I've done a couple other paint jobs like that, and that's what really got me to this point of making my own vinyl toy. Is I wanted to make something with like a nice flat surface so I can go in and put some really cool paint jobs on it. You know, I'm a painter at heart. I love painting, and so mixing those two worlds and using the soft vinyl toy almost like a canvas, that's really where my two worlds met, and that's where I've really found my happiness. That's where I've really found my niche in this crazy toy world. This was a gift from Epoxy Crusader, but I've painted two of these Mexican blow mold He-Man. I did a Slayer He-Man, and then I did a He-Man with all villains like tattooed all over them. But it's always been difficult for me to sell any of my artwork. I don't know if I just never really found a good customer base or if I was never really any good. But it wasn't until I started making toys that I actually found a community and people that were willing to buy my stuff. I am proud of all of my artwork, all of my paintings and sculptures and everything that I've done. But it wasn't until I found the toys that all of those things had come together in a meaningful way. It's sort of like learning how to paint the fence and wax on, wax off. All of that stuff came together, and it took the form of toys as an art form, and I am very proud of it. I'm proud of my body of work. There is a lot of artistry that goes into toys, and you know, I make my own packaging. You know, I paint the covers to my comic book, and I'm proud of everything that I do. If I'm not proud of it, or if I don't like it, or if I don't love it, I don't release it. I've made fully developed toys, fully produced toys. I've cast them, assembled them, and paint them, and threw them straight into the trash because I'm not proud of it. So I'm proud of the stuff that turns out. And then I learn from my mistakes. That's what you're supposed to do.
I was drawing cartoons when I was a little kid. I remember one cartoon I drew, it was a guy in prison and he was eating beans, because I heard if you go to prison, that's all you get to eat is beans. And out of his butt, I wrote toot toot, because beans is a magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. And to me, that was a serious drawing, but I showed it to my parents and they just started laughing and laughing. They thought it was hilarious. So I like that reaction, the humor and the laughter. Well, my name is William Stout. I'm an artist and a writer, and I've worked in about every field of art that you can imagine. I've done movie posters, record album covers, CD covers, theme park design, motion pictures. If it's got art, you name it, I've probably done it. So I kept drawing. I loved comic books and stuff, and I would copy comic books. But what I really wanted to be, I wanted to be a doctor. So I was really good at science and math, and I was a science and math major all through school. Until my last 2 years of high school. My first year of high school, I went to Reseda High in the San Fernando Valley, fantastic school. But we moved to the Thousand Oaks region, and I went to Thousand Oaks High School, and it was just the opposite. And so I was not getting a good education. The school made school spirit mandatory. You had to attend the pep rallies. I would ditch the pep rallies because I had no interest in football or sports whatsoever. And I'd go to the library to try to educate myself, and they would give me detention for that. So my last semester I thought, you know, I'm going to graduate from high school. I'm going to be 2 years behind all the other med students. I better think of something else. And I thought, well, I've always drawn, and I've always been a pretty good drawer. I changed my major to art my very last semester of high school. And my family was dirt poor, so there's no way they could even afford a community college. But fortunately, I got perfect scores on my SATs, and the state of California gave me a full 4-year scholarship to any university I wanted to go to. My friends thought I was nuts that I wasn't going to go to Harvard or Yale or Princeton. They said, "You're choosing an art school?" And at that time, there were 3 main art schools in LA. There was Art Center College of Design. There was California Institute of the Arts. We referred to it by its old name, the Chenard Art Institute. And then there was Otis. Otis was primarily a fine art school back then. And my aunt, who was my algebra teacher, who was also an art teacher, took me on a tour of these 3 schools, and I decided I wanted to go to Chenard. And so that's where I applied my scholarship. I was there for 4 years, and my major was illustration. At that time, I think Chenard was probably the best art school in the world, certainly in the country. Head of the music department was Ravi Shankar. The head of the fashion department was Edith Head, who has won more Oscars for costume design than any other person in history. The animation department was taught by Disney's 9 old men, considered the 9 greatest animators who ever lived. The illustration department, the head of that was Hal Kramer. He was the very first president of the Society of Illustrators. So it was an amazing place to be, especially in the late 1960s. So they had an incredible policy in the illustration department, which was if you got any real work on the outside, you could turn that in lieu of your homework. So my last 2 years of art school, almost everything I was turning in was a real job, so it made the transition from academia to the real world absolutely seamless. And they had a jobs bulletin board at school, and one day I looked and it says there was a big 8.5 by 11 sheet stuck on the bulletin board. Said, "We're looking for an artist who likes to draw horror, science fiction, fantasy stuff. It's for a new magazine." So they're having a contest to do the first cover. So I submitted 3 pieces, and they chose one to be the cover. And I asked them, I said, "Well, who's doing the inside illustrations?" "Oh, the art director is doing those." I said, "Can I see his work?" "Sure." So they showed me his work. It was horrible. It's just, I said, "How about if I do the interior stuff as well?" So I did the covers and all the interior illustrations to the first 4 issues of a national magazine called Coven 13. It was a pulp magazine with, you know, stories about vampires and werewolves and stuff like that. So I was in heaven. And it meant that in 1968, I was able to finally start supporting myself for my art just a year and a half into art school. And I was taking any job that came my way. I did the very first advertising for Toyota. I did posters for Taco Bell, which is a brand new company back then, showing white people it's safe to eat Mexican food. Seriously. What that was doing, taking every job that came along, I was finding out what I didn't want to do. And I started to gravitate towards movie posters. At that time, movie posters and illustrations for annual reports were the 2 best paying jobs an illustrator could have. I got a call from an ad agency I'd been doing work for in Westwood. They said, "We got something different for you this time, Bill. We're going to have you do a movie poster." I go, "Oh, cool, I love movies. What is it?" They said, "It's a full-length animated feature directed by Ralph Bakshi called Wizards." And I said, "Wow, cool. Okay." I came over, I said, You can show me the movie? They said, no, you'll do a better poster if you don't see the film. And I thought, well, that doesn't speak well of this movie. I said, and how do you expect me to do a poster if I don't know what's in the movie? And they gave me a stack of really fuzzy frame blow-ups. And I said, I can barely make out what's going on in these. You know, it helps a little bit. I can sort of see what the movie's about. And then I got one of the best pieces of advice I've ever received from an art director. They said, Bill, just do the poster as if it was your movie. And I thought, oh, I can do that. Oh, cool. So I did the poster for Wizards, and it was amazing. That's still probably the most recognized piece of art I've ever done. And I still get requests to sign that poster to this day. It's just extraordinary. And I still haven't seen the film. So I did the very first commercialization of Star Wars. I got hired to do 22 Coca-Cola cup designs for Burger King. And George Lucas became a great friend and fan of my work, and about every few years he'd find some job he wanted me to do. And one year he wanted me to, they were going to re-release American Graffiti, so they wanted a new poster for that. And so George insisted that I be the artist that they use. Well, the ad agency, they'd never heard of me. They didn't know if I could make a deadline or if my work was decent or stuff. But I did the job because Lucas forced them to have me do the art. And then they were delighted, and they were really pleased with what I was doing. They saw I could do good likenesses, do good caricatures. And so this was Seininger & Associates, and they did about 80 to 90% of the movie posters in town. So I began to do work for them, and man, that was like incredible. I was making money hand over fist, and I was having a blast because it was the last golden age of movie poster illustration. I couldn't wait to come in each time to Seininger's just to see who was working on what. There'd be like Drew Struzan's sort of Alphonse Mucha meets Leyendecker art. Dan Gouze did a Streets of Fire poster that looked like Russian agitprop art. And it was always a surprise as to what was going on. My very first movie I worked on was for the Firesign Theater. They were a four-man comedy group based in Los Angeles. They're sort of the Beatles of comedy. They're amazing. They were before Monty Python. And a friend of mine got permission to reprint a sort of a local neighborhood fanzine newsletter called Mixville Rocket. And he asked me if I would do the cover. So I did the cover. Firesign Theater loved it. They started having me do all their album covers. Then we started making a film together. They had made an album called Everything You Know Is Wrong, and they shot a movie to the album. So they recorded all the sound first, and everybody lip synced to all the dialogue. And I built all the props for that and did t-shirt designs for them. It was really Conan that launched my film career. A friend of mine was working as a production assistant on Conan the Barbarian. He said, man, Bill, you got to come in and see what's being done on this show. He says, I know you're a huge Robert E. Howard fan. That was the guy who wrote the Conan novels. And I said, I would love to, but I'm just too busy. I think that one particular week I had 8 movie posters in the LA Times calendar section. Just by sheer coincidence, they all got released the same week. And so I wanted to see what they were doing, especially when I found out that Ron Cobb, who I knew as a political cartoonist, had been hired as the production designer. And I thought, what would this political cartoonist be doing with Conan? Now, I'd seen some of the Cantina sequence creatures that he had designed for Star Wars, so I knew he could do stuff like that. But I finally got a break in my schedule, but instead of going to the Conan offices to see what was being done, I went to the ABA. That was the American Booksellers Association. Every year, they would have a meeting of all the publishers and all the editors in the entire country, either in New York or in LA, and that year it happened to be in LA. So it was a perfect place if you're an artist to bring your portfolio and go booth to booth to booth and pick up enough work for the rest of the year. So that was my plan, but the first person I ran into at the ABA was Ron Cobb. And Ron said, look, Bill, you're my first choice for who I want to work with on Conan the Barbarian, but I have an agreement with the director, John Milius, that he has veto power over anybody I want to hire. I have veto power over anybody he wants to hire for the art department. So would you mind dropping off your portfolio for John to see? I thought, well, it could be interesting, see how movies are made. And went into the Conan offices. that next day, which was a Friday, and Milius happened to be there. I handed him my book. He looked through it. He remembered a story I'd done for Heavy Metal that he had really liked. It was a story written by Harlan Ellison called Shattered Like a Glass Goblin. And he quickly leafed through the rest of it, handed me my book back, and started to walk out the room. And John's a bigger-than-life sort of guy, character. And over his shoulder, he said, "Hire him." So I went in to see Buzz Feichens, who was our line producer. Buzz told me what I would be making on Conan, and I nearly fell off the chair laughing, because it was about 10% of what I was making in advertising. But I thought, well, it's just for 2 weeks. It would be interesting to see how movies are made. I found out later, you're always hired for 2 weeks on a film. They want to find out whether or not you're a jerk. And if you're a jerk, after the 2 weeks is up, your job's over and no hard feelings. So my 2 weeks turned into 2 years and turned into a film career. John Milius at that time was producing a film for Steven Spielberg called 1941. So we were sharing offices with Steven Spielberg. My receptionist when I started there was Kathleen Kennedy. Within a couple months, she was John Milius's personal assistant, and a few months after that, she was Steven Spielberg's personal assistant, and then in the next 2 years, she produced E.T. So incredible rise. And in my naivete, I thought it would always be like that. But Ron Cobb and I would work on Conan during the day and then run across to Steven's office, and we'd kick around ideas for his next project, which was Raiders of the Lost Ark. So Steven and John Milius were best of friends, but they were also rivals. And they were constantly trying to one-up each other. And whatever one had, the other wanted. They're sort of like kids that way. And John Milius had me and Ron Cobb. So Steven wanted to get us to jump ship and leave Conan and work on Raiders of the Lost Ark full-time. And he especially wanted Cobb. And I came in one day, I said, "Ron, you look miserable. What is it?" He says, "Well, it's Steven." He said if I would leave Conan and become the production designer for Raiders of the Lost Ark, he'd let me direct the sequel to Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I went, "Oh my God, Ron, what did you say?" Ron said, I told him I can't do that to John. John gave me a tremendous break in the film business by making me the production designer of Conan. So we went off to Europe and we made Conan, and when we got back, Spielberg contacted Cobb and said, "Look, I still want you to direct the sequel to Close Encounters." So Ron found out about this supposed true story about a shootout between two different groups of aliens over a farm in Nebraska. And he started writing a screenplay with John Sayles, a great screenwriter, called Night Skies. And he hired Rick Baker to start building the creatures for Night Skies. And around this time, I decided I'd pay Ron a visit, see how he was doing. And I said, "Ron, he looks shell-shocked. What's going on?" He goes, "It's Steven. He's finished Raiders of the Lost Ark. Now he's turned his attention to my film. And every day he comes in and he makes a change to my movie. He's made so many changes now, it doesn't feel like my film anymore. I would give anything to get off this film." And a couple days later, Spielberg came into Ron's office and said, "Ron, I don't know how to tell you this, but I gotta direct this film. I'll give you $10,000 and a point in the movie if you'll walk away." And so Ron accepted that deal. And 9 months later, Ron was invited to the cast and crew screening of this film. And Ron said, "Oh, thank God I didn't make this movie. It is so overly sentimental. I'm glad Steven made it." And they forgot about it until about 8 months later. They're looking into Hollywood trade papers, and it says this film, which is no longer called Night Skies, but is now called E.T. the Extraterrestrial, has grossed over $400 million. And Ron's wife says, "Ron, don't we have a point in that film?" So they look through the papers and they find the agreement with Steven Spielberg, and they call up Universal, and Universal says, "Oh, thank God, it's the first verifiable point we can pay off on. We'll have a messenger over within an hour with your first check." And I think the first check was around $875,000. Well, they had one of Steven's points, which included Blu-rays, DVDs, merchandising, toys. So Ron Cobb made over $10 million for not directing E.T., only in Hollywood. So when I was 3 years old, my parents took me to see my very first movie. This was before anyone in our neighborhood had a television. The only way you could see movies was to go to the movie theaters, and they took me to the Reseda Drive-In. It was 1952, and it was for the re-release of the original 1933 King Kong. That's the first movie I ever saw. It's still my favorite movie of all time. I've seen that film probably over 100 times. And King Kong, I first started seeing it a lot after seeing it at the drive-in. In the mid or early 1960s, they had something called the $1 Million Movie on TV, where they would pick a film and they would show it twice a day, then 3 times on Saturday and 3 times on Sunday. Well, the first film they picked for that was King Kong, and I watched every single showing. And that was so successful, they made King Kong the second $1 Million movie, so I watched all of those screenings. So in the space of 2 weeks, I had seen Kong over 30 times. So it's still such an inspiration. It works for me on every level. Well, my first influences were 3 DC Comics artists. Carmine Infantino, who drew The Flash and Mystery in Space Adam Strange. Gil Kane, who drew The Atom and Green Lantern. And then my favorite guy to ink both of those guys was a guy named Murphy Anderson. And a friend of mine, Fred Romanek, he introduced me to the world of comic book fandom. And some of the comic books, like the ones edited by Julie Schwartz, he edited Flash, Green Lantern, Mystery in Space, The Atom. People would write letters in, and if he liked your letter, he'd send you some original art. So my friend Fred got an entire story, an Adam Strange story, that drawn by Carmine Infantino and inked by Murphy Anderson, and it blew me away. It was astonishingly great stuff. And they immediately became huge influences on me, and I was shocked to see that they weren't drawn comic book size, they were drawn big and then reduced down. I didn't know that. And they were inked with India ink, not a ballpoint pen. So I was learning how to do comics. When I was 14, I discovered my first book written by Edgar S. Burroughs. He was the guy who created Tarzan and John Carter of Mars, and it was a John Carter of Mars book. It was the 3rd volume in the series called Warlord of Mars. I read that, it blew me away, and I thought, and there's more of these? Fantastic. And I started to do my own drawings of the characters and stuff. And there were 2 artists who were doing the paperback covers and pen sketches. One was Roy Krinkle, and the other was Frank Frazetta. And both of those guys instantly became 2 of my biggest influences, especially Frazetta. I followed his career really closely. He had worked on Little Abner as an assistant to Al Cap. I worked on a syndicated strip. I worked on Tarzan of the Apes with Russ Manning. He did movie posters, so I did movie posters. Frank did album covers, so I did album covers. And so it gave me a sort of a path and a guide to possible career choices. And then I became influenced by the guys who influenced those 2 guys, which is mostly early 20th century children's book illustrators like Arthur Rackham, Edmund Dulac, the Detmold brothers, William Heath Robinson, and also the late 19th century painters. My favorite landscape painter, Thomas Moran, who was responsible for our national park system. All those guys became big influences on me, and are to this day. And Jack Kirby, another great influence. Mobius, Jean Giraud. I was lucky enough to become friends with Jean, and I got to hire him, and we worked together on Masters of the Universe. And I got to ink an issue of The Demon, penciled by Jack Kirby, and I learned an enormous amount from inking Jack's work. Creating is my favorite thing to do in life, and it can be creating food, it can be creating art, it can be creating sculpture, writing, anything that's creative I am up for. And the jobs I like the best are the hardest ones. When I get hired on a film, I say, okay, what's the toughest problem you're having? I want to solve it. And that became my specialty in solving the most difficult problems in film. My favorite work of everything that I do is painting accurate reconstructions of prehistoric life as murals for natural history museums. I've got 12 murals at the San Diego Natural History Museum, 2 at the San Diego Zoo. My first 2 were for the Houston Museum of Natural Science. They depicted life before the dinosaurs. And I did 3 murals for Walt Disney's Animal Kingdom for Dinoland, including the very first reconstruction of Sue, the famous Tyrannosaurus Rex. The very first thing I ever did for Mattel was I did the box art for Big Jim. Big Jim was an adventure character, and the reason they hired me to do the box art is at that time there were very strict laws about how you present toys to kids. And you can't lie to the kids and oversell something. And so if you had paintings of the toys, those had to be really accurate. But if you did it as like comic book art, different rules applied. and so I could be a little more adventurous. So I did several Big Jim toys, and then they put me on, I remember they called me up, they said, we know you can draw Big Jim, but can you draw Army Men? I go, of course I can draw Army Men. I've got a sample right here on my board. Would you like to see it? Yeah, can you come over tomorrow and show us your Army Man? Sure, hung up the phone and did the drawing, because I didn't have sitting there. But if I could draw Big Jim, of course I could draw Army Men. What's the difference, other than clothes, you know? And same thing happened when they hired me to do the SWAT boxes, SWAT toys. We know you can draw Army guys, but can you draw a SWAT officer? Yeah, I can do that. They had me do some other stuff as well. And I had gotten into the film business around that time. And I started out as a storyboard artist on Conan, and then did storyboards for First Blood, did all the action sequences for First Blood. Every January, I would get 5 film offers as production designer, and I'd have to decide which one I wanted to do. And I had 2 sons at the time, and I also understood that if I say yes to this film, it means that I am agreeing not to see my sons for the next year or 2. Because the only time I'll see them is when they're asleep. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm working 18-hour days, 7 days a week. And the only time I'll see my family and my wife and kids is when they're sleeping. And I thought, that's a big price to pay. But it was a crucial price, because when I go to shows like Comic-Cons and things like that, the first question I almost always get is, are you working on any movies? And if I say no, they turn around and walk away. But if I say, yeah, I've just designed the Predator for this film called Predator, they'll stay, they'll talk, they'll buy stuff. And so films is the currency of fame in our society. So I realized I got to keep working in movies, otherwise I'll be totally forgotten. So I originally got hired to do storyboards on Masters of the Universe, and the director, Gary Goddard, and I really hit it off. We enjoyed all the same art, and we sort of spoke a shorthand with each other. If he told me, he says, oh, Bill, I like that drawing, can you Kirby it up a little bit more? I'd know exactly what he's talking about. He's talking about Jack Kirby, and he's talking about making things a little more heroic and more godlike. And so I got along great with Gary. The production designer who was working on the film when I got hired, Jeff Kirkland, he and Gary did not see eye to eye on anything. And I remember one time, Gary's one of the greatest pitchmen in the business. I mean, he could sell ice to Eskimos. And he was taking all the Mattel brass around and showing them the work that was being done on Masters of the Universe. And he was saving the best for last, which was the art department. So he brings them into the art department, shows them all these designs. Man, you could see in their eyes, they were so excited, they're so thrilled, so pumped up. And Gary turned to Jeff for affirmation, and Jeff looks up, he goes, it's not gonna be too fucking awful. Just popped that balloon, man. Just like, oh my God. Well, 2 weeks later, Jeff decided he was gonna leave the film, and he recommended I take over as production designer. And that's how I became the production designer for the film. My friend Jean Giraud, also known as Mobius, was living in Santa Monica at the time, trying to get a film project of his off the ground. So I got to hire Jean to work on Masters of the Universe as well, which was just pure heaven. Working with Jean Giraud and working with Ron Cobb, it's like sitting next to 2 fountains that gush great ideas all day long, seemingly effortlessly. I consider both of those guys geniuses, and that's a word I don't use for hardly anybody, but Ron Cobb and Jean Giraud, genius, pure genius. So Mattel, one day, they were walking through the art department, and they were going, oh, that's gonna make a great toy. Man, I said, gentlemen, I was hired to design this motion picture, but I was not hired to design your next year's toy line. We need to renegotiate. And they're like, what? I go, yeah. So I got the other 5 designers working on the film. We acted as a block. We wanted to participate in the royalties from the toys. Mattel threatened to shut down the film 8 times. We just kept working away until finally they realized they had to accede to our demands. So that was a huge, huge breakthrough in the film business. Masters of the Universe became actually 3rd film as production designer. I was production designer for 2 years on an American Godzilla film that didn't get made, and then I was production designer on a little low-budget horror film written and directed by Dan O'Bannon, the guy who wrote Alien, called Return of the Living Dead. And that became a huge, huge cult movie. And that was my first film as production designer for a film that actually got made. The writer-director, Dan O'Bannon, he came to me and said, Bill, you know how films have principal characters? I go, yeah. I want our film to have principal zombies. I want you to design zombies like people have never seen before. I thought, cool. That sounds like a great assignment. And so the first creature I did was the Tar Man. O'Bannon saw it, said, that's it. You don't need to do anything else except, you know, turnarounds. And so, yeah, I was having the time of my life doing that stuff. And I'm a real hands-on production designer. There's a scene where they have what's called the half corpse, this woman who got cut in half, and she's a zombie, and they've got her tied down to this gurney, and she's telling them what it's like to be dead and brought back to life and how painful it is and stuff. Well, it was built by Tony Gardner, and it was one of his first film jobs. And Tony was operating the arms. I was underneath the gurney operating the spine, making it flop around a new spinal fluid. And then Brian Peck, who played Scuzz, he was operating the head and doing the temporary dialogue. It was just so cool to be hands-on like that. Because we didn't have any money, so, you know, everybody pitched in. Boy, am I a collector. You just ask my wife. That poor patient lady. Yeah, I collect art, I collect books, I collect music. I've got over 20,000 albums. I've got probably about 6,000 CDs. I've got art by my favorite artists. Sometimes I'll do swaps if they like my stuff and I like their stuff, we'll trade pictures. That's something that's cool. I traded a self-portrait for a beautiful Charlie Russell bronze of a wolf looking at a human bone. Incredible. Collecting's always been really important for me. I don't know, it still gives me tremendous satisfaction. One of the coolest things I've acquired is a cast of the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull at the Natural History Museum in LA County. At the time, it was the biggest T-Rex skull ever found, and at that time, too, it was also, I think it was only the 6th T-Rex ever found. For a while, T-Rexes were incredibly rare fossils to find. I've got a Peruvian mummy head with all the skin and all the hair and teeth and everything preserved. I've got an Egyptian mummy hand from about 3,000 years ago. I'm a huge fan of Charles R. Knight. Charles R. Knight was the artist who visually defined dinosaurs for the rest of the world. If you pick up any dinosaur book between, say, 1920 and 1950, it's probably got his dinosaurs in it. It was his dinosaurs they used for Fantasia, it was his dinosaurs they used for King Kong, and man, I've got a bronze T-Rex that he did, I've got charcoal drawings that he did, pencil drawings that he did. I became friends with his daughter and with his granddaughter and with his great-granddaughter. His granddaughter used to call me every single day. I personally can't believe what I've accomplished throughout my career. The people that I've met, people that I got to work with. I had some of the greatest mentors in all the different businesses I've worked in. I feel in many ways like the luckiest guy in the world. One thing I wish is that my old studio on La Brea, I wish we had kept a logbook recording everyone who came through that studio, because it was all the greatest film directors, comedians, actors, writers, sculptors. It was amazing the number of people that came through our studio. At the time I was sharing the front part with Richard Hescox, who was painting science fiction book covers, and Dave Stevens, who at my studio created The Rocketeer. When Dave left the studio, he got replaced by Paul Chadwick, and Paul created Concrete in our studio. So that place had such history going for it. Just unbelievable. I got a few pieces of advice I give to aspiring artists. One is always do 100% of your best work. After the negotiation's over, no matter how little or how much you're being paid, do your absolute best work. It'll do two things. It will greatly surprise and please your client, because they're not expecting you to do this fantastic piece of work for them. And it will make you a better artist, because you're pushing yourself to be better and better. The other thing is, quickest way to get good is figure drawing. Do as much figure drawing as possible. I still do figure drawing every Sunday at my studio. And I'm still finding secrets of the human body revealed to me with each drawing. If you want to become good as a painter, do plein air painting. That's where you set up an easel outside and you do a little landscape painting. It teaches you color, design, and composition. Norman Rockwell wrote a great autobiography called My Adventures as an Illustrator, and he had carved out of wood 100%, and then he had a gold leaf on top of that, and that sits at the top of his easel. And that reminds me, always do 100% of your best work. You want to just keep getting better and better as an artist. And one of the great things about being an artist, there's always another plateau to ascend to. You're never finished learning if you're a good artist. If you are finished learning, you should just hang it up and not doing it anymore. The other thing is value your own work. I think you should be your own biggest fan. Personally, I can't wait to see the next picture I'm going to do. It might be a masterpiece. I won't know till I do it. Probably won't be a masterpiece because those are few and rare. But until I do it, I won't know. And I noticed that usually the weakest part of each artist in their career is their business sense. Most artists do not have a good business sense. So I give free business lectures on how to negotiate and how to write contracts. And I think that's really important to value your own work. Greg Irons, who's an underground cartoonist and a tattoo artist, a great friend of mine, there's a piece of his I wanted to buy so bad, but he wouldn't come down in price. And I said, Greg, I really respect you for that. You should get the price you think that deserves. So, value your own work. And keep everything. They don't need original art to make a movie. They can work with copies, especially now where you can scan stuff, do high quality scans. And when I get into negotiations with a film studio, they say, well, we keep all the original art. I said, no. I said, do you have a 401k? And they said, yeah, of course. See that art there? That's my 401k. And they understand that. So if you'd like to see my work, my website's really easy, williamstout.com. If you want to talk to me or email me, just hit the contact button. It goes right to me. And I have a shop on my website. You can buy my books, my art, toys, all different kinds of stuff, album covers. Mostly just check in from time to time. I've got a couple of big projects coming out in the near future. My regular publisher, John Fleskes, he's the president of Flesk Publications. He's doing a big 3-volume box set of all my comics related art. I also have a friend, Jim Earp, who's a great writer. He called me up, he said, I'm doing this project. I've written 24 poems based on the life of Willis O'Brien. Willis O'Brien was the guy who animated King Kong, the original 1933 King Kong. And I said, could I see those? And he sent them to me. And I said, Jim, I want to illustrate each one of these. So my regular publisher is going to publish that book as well. My most requested book is a book on all my music-related art. In the mid-1970s, I did about 45 bootleg record album covers, and people really would like to see a book collecting all of that work. And I've kept 95% of all the designs I've done for motion pictures, so I'm going to do a big book on all my film design. I want to do another big book on all my entertainment advertising, all my movie posters and concert posters. And it's just a great way to get my work out there and for people to see my work. If you want to overall look at my career, I've got this spectacular book out called Fantastic Worlds, The Art of William Stout. It weighs 6 pounds. And each chapter covers a different aspect of my career. So there's a chapter on dinosaurs, a chapter on comics, a chapter on film design, a chapter on music. Highly recommend that book. I've never lost the thrill of seeing my work reproduced in various forms as toys or movies or television shows or cartoons. I just get a big kick out of seeing my work in public spaces. And most artists work alone, so you don't really find out if your work is affecting people. And I'm a guest at comic book conventions, science fiction conventions, horror movie conventions. And I love doing those shows because I get to meet my audience. I get to find out if my work is having a positive effect on somebody. In fact, I was just in Atlanta for the biggest show in the South called Dragon Con. And I had this incredible moment. A guy came up to my table and he purchased a few things. And he said he was a huge, long-time fan of my work. And he was starting to go, and I said, where did you first see my work? And he turned around and he said, Iraq. And I went, Iraq? He said, yeah, I was in the Marines. I was in Iraq. It was pure hell, pure hell. Every day was just a nightmare. The only thing that kept me going was your work. It showed me that there was beauty outside of this hellscape. And then I went to give him his change. He says, I'm not going to take your change. He walked away.
Here at the Plastic Cell Studios, I do all the molding and casting, pretty much all the production. Let's see, all these molds I've made, they do runs, it varies, but about maybe 250 to maybe 1,000 pieces. With that comes multiple molds, I mean, months of casting. Doing all this keeps me pretty busy. My name is Ryan B. Soto. I am a sculptor, toy customizer, mold maker, caster. Primarily, I work on these white cell bases. We got a few different variations. This XX has been my favorite. The thin arms, thin legs that you really build up what you want to sculpt. I always drew growing up. Drawing kind of started as growing up in a violent home. My mom kind of pushed it on me to keep me distracted and never really stopped. But I got into clay and customizing figures maybe back in 2013, so I've been doing it almost 10 years. Started playing a game called Little Big Planet, where it's almost like Mario, but you're going through the world collecting stickers and custom clothes, so you can fully customize your own character. One day, me and my girlfriend were at City Walk, and we walked into a store, and right at the cash register, there was a little DIY money. It's a pretty basic body, pretty generic, round, chubby shape with a big head. I saw that and instantly thought, oh, I could make the character I made in Little Big Planet, and that's exactly what I did. As soon as we got home, opened it up, bought some clay, some Magic Sculpt, and then just gave him a little pompadour and cape and painted up the body, and that was it for the first one. And then I Googled Kid Robot Monies, and then that just opened up my whole world, seeing all the different other ones that people have been making and how far they were taking the platform. That was the first time I picked up clay, and after that, yeah, it just never stopped. I think I've always been drawn to just drawing, just pushing it, you know, making it as cool as possible. With sculpting, I think there's a whole nother aspect to that with having it be 3D and having it be a tangible piece you can hold. DesignerCon was the first place I showed off my work, and people were actually interested in my work, and I was extremely happy, and ever since then I've been making art to sell. I'm really into horror. I've done Leprechaun, Chucky, I'm working on Chucky's, Dale Cooper, Twin Peaks. When Logan came out, I did X-23. Cable and Deadpool. Usually a lot of my work was based off the movies that were coming out, but now it's just more focused on whatever I like. Most ambitious, I'd say is this piece here. This was made using chopped up bits of this white cell right here. As far as just concept, this was really based off of Alien Resurrections, the scene where Ripley's walking through the clone lab. The monster at the end is the newborn xenomorph hybrid, human hybrid. I just love the way that looked, and I kind of wanted to bring that into Pokemon, trying to make it look almost like a fetus. I mostly collect other white cell artists' work. All these people have become my friends, and I can look at my collection, and that all represents friendship. It all represents, you know, people that have struggled with you. Some of my influences are definitely at #1, Mike FX. My best friend, Mark Quintero, Mr. Kind Nuggets. The whole white cell community, you know, there's full of great people that have really made my life a lot better. When I first started, I kind of had a pretty bad attitude. I always saw it as like competition, you know, but after just meeting so many amazing people, you know, you learn there's no reason for it to be like that. Everybody that does this they've got similar interests, everybody's cool, you know. So I never really asked for, you know, critiques or anything, but after meeting Mark, just working together with him, we were playing together, you know, and just bouncing back and forth off each other. Because of that, and so many other artists that have, you know, like Mike FX, I hit him up for a question, he breaks it down for me, and with anything, you know, and I want to pass that along. I want everybody to succeed. People ask me like, hey, will you mold this for me? I'd rather not. I'd rather teach you to mold you so you can learn to do it yourself. Learning the mold was part of customizing the toy. You know, you get something done, you want to produce it. You learn to mold and cast, and with each one, it just gets better and better. And you know, you challenge yourself. You want the cleanest lines as possible. You know, you put all the work into the mold, the less work you have to do with cleanup. This is Endgame. I mean, when I'm looking at stuff for reference for this stuff, it's, you know, I'm looking up some pretty nasty stuff. It's not really trying to copy something, but maybe, you know, using Frankensteining pieces of different pictures and putting them all together. For example, like the loose skin in the belly. You know, you look up extreme weight loss, skinny bones, the bones that are protruding through his back and his front. You know, you look up anorexia. All these years, you know, I've been learning to sculpt, but now it's like I'm finally feel like I'm able to play. So now I'm trying to push it with stuff like this and Mewtwo, instead of just copying popular movie characters. I am on Instagram mostly, pretty much only, at Ryan B. Soto. I'm always at DesignerCon. I do work Monsterpalooza, help out with Mike and Mark. That's primarily what I stick to. After being introduced to Plastic Cell, you know, as far as being here, I can't believe it, you know. Growing up, I was pretty aimless, you know, just going with the flow. You know, I'd work jobs, but never really set any goals for myself. And after meeting Plastic Cell, you know, I always thought, hey, you know, it'd be super cool, you know, to work with them one day. I love what they're doing. Being here and these white cells, this represents a lot to me. You know, it's given me a life. It's saved my life. It's filled my life with people I love and people I feel like I would do anything for, you know. And people that I feel that would do anything for me.
Won't you be my neighbor? Hello, neighbor. My name's Isaac Ramos. I'm a software manager at Walt Disney Company. We're here in my garage. This is the lab. I just recently moved here. And yeah, I just wanted to invite you guys down here to check out the new setup. Got all my toys back out after over a year in storage. Since the last time you profiled the collection, we've moved quite a few times. We ended up moving to a smaller house, and so then the collection kind of went like shrunk up a little bit and didn't have too much room for it. And then during COVID, you know, I just really got more into riding bikes, and like I think when last time you profiled me, I might have had 3 bikes in the side, and then, you know, since then I've definitely been having more fun building and collecting the bikes. Toy habits. I've been enjoying what I have and been collecting more selectively and really more getting just a few pieces every few months or getting some small things. I recently went to Tokyo and got a bag full of new toys for a new collection that was really fun, and just it was fun to go back to Japan with a different eye this time and like a new kind of sensibility of like what I was looking for. A lot of advertising characters, definitely loving the advertising characters for collecting. Been about maybe 12 years, a little over 12, 13 years since I had been to Japan. And I mean, life happened, definitely had children. That was the biggest thing to like kind of, you know, keep me grounded and keep me home as the kids were growing. This time I got a chance to go back to Japan for a project I'm doing called Peace Sports, which is a bicycle project, something to promote moving your body and keeping your body moving to be healthy and keep your mind healthy. And so Peace Sports has been just trying to expand it and get more the message out to more people, and especially in times like now of war, it's really you know, an important message that I'm glad to be able to start sharing wider. So went to Japan,
try to do some of the stuff that we do in Southern California and some of the stuff we do around group rides and about bringing people together around cycling. Do that in Tokyo, and had a good chance to go with my friend Utah, who has a store here in Costa Mesa, that we collaborated and had a nice fun. We did a pop-up shop and a group ride, and just, you know, met a lot of people, you know, spreading the message of ride your bike, keep your mind right, definitely. I definitely sold some toys over the last few years. I had 2 pop-up shops selling toys. Not too many on eBay, but I should probably definitely have some more to sell. So downsizing, not exactly, and definitely didn't downsize books. I've just been able to move them in different places and like have them a little bit more organized. So like now I have all my reference books in one place, my photo and art books in another place. I got collecting books and different tattoo books in one section. And the same thing with the toys. All the toys went into storage when we were between houses. And so for about a year, the toys were just away. And then I got to learn to live without books and toys. And especially like now that my kids are getting older, they enjoyed not living with all the books and toys everywhere, you know, as we've had in the previous houses. So as life changes, my kids get bigger, they want to have more share in the common space. So then by moving to a place like this where I can have a garage and a workspace, it definitely allows me to like separate things a little better, organize things a little differently. What you see here is basically a part of me unpacking all those tubs out of storage. And when I unpacked the toys, I just had a chance to really organize it better and put them more into like the types of either the brand or the type of collecting I was doing at this time. And so to me, it really become more of like a chance to really make like a photo album of certain time periods of my collecting. And then definitely these got packed up pretty quick. And so this is also a case of me trying to find new display cases that fit the spaces I have better. And so I've been scrounging on OfferUp and Craigslist and looking for cool new cases that kind of can fill the space maybe a little nicer than what I had before. So just a little more care. I would say curated definitely, and like, you know, I definitely wanted to have more of a place that friends could come over and check out, kind of like more a place that people could come look at the collection too, who I know who like toys. And yeah, no, it makes it easier to have it grouped, then people can kind of see it a little easier all at once. Although already a couple people come by have just been so overwhelmed they can barely even take it in and just be like, cool, okay, later. Can we go to the other room now? It's too much. With toy collecting and mental health, to me, after all the years of thinking about toy collecting and like why I get into it, it really comes down to just learning. And like every single thing here, I love buying it because I want to learn about it closer and like want to like really take time to understand it. Advertising toys, by collecting these, learning about the era, learning about this deeper, learning about the Japanese toys and the manufacturing and the creation and the artists, all that just keeps your mind going in a great positive place. Mental health, I think, you know, as definitely as I get older, and I definitely see a lot of my friends and even myself suffer from some, you know, mental health issues, but definitely after COVID and during COVID with all the different like lockdowns and, you know, people really having to go inside themselves, I really thought it's important to like share, like, you know what, get outside, get out there with a purpose, get out there with a way to like showing people like, here's how you can move your body and move yourself to, you know, keep your mind healthy. I saw the effects myself. I've seen it with other people. I've seen people just pick up a bike or run, hike, you know, any of that kind of stuff, just a little bit. For me personally, it's super important because it's off the computer. I'm a person, a software manager, all day long, 40 hours a week, I'm on the computer. So having something like hiking, riding the bike, taking walks, is just 100%, you know, off the computer. Taking photographs to document it, to be able to share what you're doing, of course, is one part of the technology, but very small part of the day. How do I feel about the growth of the soft vinyl and toy world since I started, you know, versus where it's at today? I mean, I like that, number one, the true good figures and characters that represent well in soft vinyl still come through. Sofubi, from its roots, still perseveres as the best. People still want a Hedorah. They want that Smog Monster M1. They're still asking me, Isaac, why is the yellow more expensive than the pink? Why is it, you know, like these questions. So I do like that. Number one, you can't deny a great piece. And no matter how much things grow, how much Hong Kong makes a great vinyl, whatever it is, the great ones still persevere. And like just really cool Ultraman toys, you know, Devilman, all that stuff just really hits still. I think that to me, how it's grown, what I see of it is that we introduced the language back then and we wanted to have more people understand that language of toys, just like a comic. Like you can tell a story with just words, but you can also draw a comic. And making a comic is just a different way, but comics right now have gone and exploded and then came back together as a smaller thing. And so I think that it's similar to how comics created a language and needed people to take some time for them to understand it and then want to use it. And same thing with toys. Toys create their own language. Toys, sculpture, size, scale, material, color, all those things are a language when they come together, and it's a word, it's a statement. And so I think that it's cool that people can appreciate that at a bigger scale. I think that it's really cool that people want to have it in their home. So I mean, I'm all for it expanding and going as big as possible. I get hyped that I still try to engage with like the Creature Bazaar events. Creature Bazaar I totally back. And just going to their events makes me excited to see that there still is these hardcore collectors, the guys who get really still excited for the short run, really premium pieces. A lot of it isn't my own personal style, but in my own personal interest, because I think a lot of it is that I've already learned about that stuff. I've already gone down those roads, and so there's something of interest to me. I look at it, I can see the word, I understand it clearly. But I don't need to own it and bring it home. So a lot of that is like a much more an appreciation level. It's like when I go to the art museum, I don't need to have a Van Gogh at my house on the wall, but I really appreciate it. I don't need a Modigliani sculpture, but I really appreciate it. I love going there to see it. Same kind of thing. Yeah, check me out on Instagram. Look for Peace Sports, peacesports.org. You can find some of our products on there, but yeah, check it out. But number one thing to do is go ride your bike and go outside, or just go outside. You know, get off the computer, turn off YouTube right now, and just go outside. Am I proud of my collection? Am I proud of what I've achieved so far with collecting? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm proud of it because I want to share it. Like, so I think that like I'm not afraid to share the stuff, and like I definitely want to like get people to come check the things out, or like I'm offering totally like, hey, you need reference? Come over. And so to me that shows that, yeah, I definitely have some good pride in it, and I'm like happy to like, you know, have people come through or have a video get shot, you know, for sure. But yeah, so I think proud of it in a way that like other people can learn from it now, or that I can tell about it. Even if it's my son. My son, he's already said, Dad, don't sell your toys. I'm gonna take them. So that is like, even that alone is like super cool.
My name is Jack Grimmett. I am an educator in the Coachella Valley. I'm a filmmaker who's worked in LA and New York and all across the country. I'm an artist. I collect a lot of stuff. Action figures, comic books, arcades, records. I'm a big kid, and that's what helps me navigate this cold universe. Collecting for me started way back when I was a kid. I was a 1980s latchkey kid who used to run home and jump on the couch when Thundercats would come on TV. After the Thundercats left syndication, I became a huge Ninja Turtles fan. At some point it went from being just a kid playing with his toys, needing to own every single one, to being an adult who absolutely needed to continue that spirit through things like action figure photography. Currently I collect lots of different Ninja Turtles, the NECA ones, the Super 7 ones, the vintage, but I collect a lot of Marvel Legends because they photograph really well, the Star Wars Black Series, we collect Monster High dolls over here, a little bit of everything really. So the last time I was profiled on the Magnificent World of Toys, we were living in a different house, my wife and I. There was more space, but my collection was actually smaller. I was more focused on the vintage. The goal of the vintage was really to replicate the things that I had in my youth. I was hunting for that nostalgia, and for the most part, I got everything. You know, like there is still some vintage that I could get down on, but I got it. I got a lot of what made me happy as a kid. So I started to shift from the vintage into more modern, you know, Marvel Legends, the NECA figures. And I took that turn because I got into action figure photography. I'm not great, but as a filmmaker, I miss organizing sets and then directing characters around. I'm an assistant director, so I used to get to play with the background and all that on film sets. I used to get to move those pieces around. And on film sets, they were essentially my action figures, you know, like I'd be like, okay, you're gonna walk over here and you're gonna wave to this guy, and then this one's gonna come through this door. It's a lot of fun. So now, you know, I'm still living in the Coachella Valley, still teaching, but I'm kind of 3 hours away from LA filmmaking. Action figure photography became a nice outlet for me to still play with that creativity. Collectors like to complain and say that, oh, we don't like these toys, we don't like these toys. If I can photograph it and make it look cool, I'm into it. I like a sense of realism, but I also like that comic book feel. So I use a lot of the extreme sets, backgrounds. I picked up some actual LED lights to do 3-point lighting systems on all of my action figure photography. And every time I take a picture, man, I'm getting a little bit better, a little bit more into it, and I like that. So my collection has focused mainly on the modern stuff. My vintage is still around. I have my vintage Ninja Turtles over here. There's Masters of the Universe back here. My Mighty Max, my Mad Balls, like everything's still here. But what you see is kind of my stock of go-to photography toys. When it comes to the arcades, one turned into many. We bought the Ninja Turtle one back when I was at the old house. And I was like, oh, you know, we found another one on sale. Just one more. We're just gonna get one more. We're just gonna get Mortal Kombat, right? We just got the Marvel vs. Capcom table like a week ago because we were like, hey, that room could use a coffee table. Let's get another arcade. There's literally no more room in here to put any more arcades, but you collectors know how that goes. Okay, so, you know, we talk about grails, we talk about what have you been hunting for. The most recent grail that has been on my list since at least 3rd grade is a comic book. I have a lot of the X-Men from 1963 on. I start at like number 2. I go all the way up to wherever the main series cut off at like 500 or 600. And I'm missing something like 70 comics, right? X-Men number 1 and Giant Size X-Men number 1 have always been on my list. Well, I have a lot of good friends. I was honored to ordain the wedding of my good friends, Chris and Rose Benedetto, over the summer. We went out to Catalina Island. I was ordained as a minister, officiated the whole wedding. I wrote them, you know, a custom ceremony. It was beautiful. This couple deserved each other. And we all met on a film set because we all work in film together. So I was on the set with them when they became a couple, and we worked together several times since that. So it was really nice to be on this journey. I felt like I was getting married when Chris brought me a thank you gift. And he got me Giant Size X-Men number 1, and my wife was there when he handed this to me, and I kid you not, like my eyes teared up. I looked at him, I said I do. I was absolutely ready to run away with this man for bringing me this gift. He went above and beyond. He found a copy with the cover attached. All of the pages are there. He's a collector as well. So he looked for a copy that would be suitable for his collection, and I cannot be more happy than I am having this. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. I love it. I love being asked, you know, like how you feel about your collection. Are you proud of it? Collectors, you know that when a non-collector walks in the room, their reaction is different than when a collector walks in the room, right? If I didn't love and care for and use my collection, I would look like a hoarder. But I love my collection. And I love the joy that it brings other people when they encounter my collection. Nieces, nephews, they come in the house and they start touching all the toys. I get a little nervous. Don't break that. But at the same time, I curb that because I remember what it was like being that kid running around and playing with the new toys, or the toys that you couldn't afford to have. You know, you go to a friend's house and they have other things that you never dreamt of having and you get to play with them. So, yeah, I'm proud of this collection. I know that it's not something that will go to the grave with me. This will go to the grave with me. This one is just gonna be buried with me. But the rest of it's not gonna go. And one day, another collector is gonna own pieces of this. And I think that's cool too. You know, I like the idea that by preserving these things, by having toys from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, that a little piece of that nostalgia can be passed on. Because as far as we've come with technology, we've lost a lot of what it means to play. May those who play never gray. I'm clearly graying. It's in the beard, it's in the hair. My students, who are generally so removed, they're teenagers, they're surrounded by their own egos, they never know how old I am. And when I tell them I'm 40, man, and they're like, no. And I'm like, well, how old did you think I was? And they're like, I don't know, anywhere from like 20s, 30s, like I don't know. And I'm like, dude, I'm old. I've lived lifetimes before you were born. I think my connection to toys and nostalgia, music and art and culture, I think that all allows me to stay youthful. When I teach my ELA courses, we have this discussion when we get to poetry and Walt Whitman and Emily Dickinson. It's school, so we try to define things without religion, you know? We don't want to step on anyone's religion. I ask questions around the room. I say, you know, if you cut off my arm, am I still me? My students, they say yes. If you cut off my leg, am I still me? Yeah. What happens if you cut off my head? And they all smile. And they say, well, I guess some of you still has to exist. That's right. We are not this pile of bread, right? You eat bread, put it in your belly, it becomes you. You eat a lot of bread, it becomes a bigger you. But we're not the bread. It helps constitute who we are. But the body that I had when I was an infant, the body that I had when I was jumping on the couch to the Thundercats theme music, is a completely different body than I have today. Who I am is driven by some existential energy, and that energy has a youth to it. That energy has a sense of playfulness, and no matter how dark the world can get or how much, you know, taxes and bills can beat you down as a 40-something-year-old person, you can still play. Come have fun. Take life a little less seriously. Leave the problems at the door. You don't need to bring that with you. We can spend as long as we choose harping on a single thought, a single negative emotion. But thoughts come and go within 12 seconds. And if you can keep that energy present, you can maintain a youthful essence throughout your entire existence. By bringing that into my life, by bringing collecting and toys and nostalgia and understanding that the past is fleeting, but we can hold on to the positivity that was tethered to some of these items, I'm able to keep my students actually more present, more aware of how they can control and react to the environment around them. I see students all the time, And I give them fidget spinners in my class, and they play with the fidget. Whenever you see me fidget, I'm usually just taking a toy and like bending the legs and posing them and just trying to like play. And I think the kids have a need for that. That's why they use the fidgets, is because they're trying to play. But technology has robbed a lot of that from modern childhood. Put an action figure in their hand, they'll play with it. If you want to follow me, see any of my toy photography, follow any of my filmmaking adventures, or see adorable puppies, Grandmaster Grimm, Grandmaster_Grimm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok and stuff, but I sporadically make videos, so sometimes you'll see something cinematic pop up. I'm not trying to monetize, I'm not trying to be an influencer. I just like to share some of the collection with all of you. Come join, hang out, ask me weird questions.
Hey everyone, I'm Mike Gordon and I collect Masters of the Universe. I've been officially collecting since the late 90s. I owned a lot of Masters of the Universe as a kid and basically had to sell that stuff off once I was getting into my teenage years, garage sales and such. So anytime I went to an antique store or flea market, I would always try to recollect those items that I once sold. And then in 1998, when eBay kind of became a thing, I had a coworker show me, and searching Masters of the Universe on there, it was like finding the gold mine. I really kind of dove deep into recollecting Masters of the Universe. This is the Filmation He-Man Masters of the Universe licensing for licensees. You're the hero in the Profit Wars. The reason I started collecting was the nostalgia, of course. Seeing the red and blue rocks, something about that spoke to me. The artwork was always something that spoke to me. That's the reason I'm kind of collecting the Origins line now. It's that red and blue rocks. When Classics came out, I did have appreciation for that line, but it didn't really speak to me the way that this new line did, where it's kind of a direct tie into the vintage, because that's what I was originally collecting, was the vintage. The thing that would fascinate me the most about Masters of the Universe is gonna be the mix of the sci-fi and fantasy. It's pretty amazing. The artwork that was being made, as I had mentioned before, was kind of something that you'd never seen before. And as a kid walking down the aisles of a Toys R Us, seeing that stuff, it was like I had to have it. And that was pretty much what got me started with it. Obviously the colorful cast of characters along with that too, and then the lore and the cartoon coming out, learning those life lessons from He-Man and wanting to be like He-Man. And then even today, I would say the community around the fans of Masters of the Universe has just been amazing. Going on Instagram and seeing people that love it more so than I do. I love the vintage line. The artwork and the action features of those figures can't be beat. But with that being said, I also love the Origins line. I think that Mattel has been doing a great job with updating the characters with more articulation, putting in action features where they could. The artwork nowadays is still amazing and beautiful. Axel Jimenez has been doing a fantastic job. And the mini comics too. Josh Skye's been adding these new stories in that have just been really amazing. So it's really tough to say. I love the vintage line too. It's what speaks to me, but I do have a new appreciation for the Origins line as well. So with my current situation, it's pretty tough. I'm in a very small space, so it only allows me to display a limited amount of my collection. Most of my collection has been sitting in storage boxes for several years. It is basically displaying my Origins collection. I think they display really well. They're newer, they're in better condition, and I do like to display my animation cells. I have some animation cells that have been signed by Lou Scheimer and Alan Oppenheimer, as well as Errol McCarthy. So I really like to showcase that kind of stuff. I do have some grails. My number one grail would probably be the display of my Orko that was signed by Lou Scheimer, along with the Filmation letter that he wrote to go with it. It's a Filmation letterhead. It's a really beautifully written letter that basically, you know, you can feel how kind he was and how appreciative he was that people love Masters of the Universe, love He-Man, and you know, seeing that people were still trying to collect the toys. This was written in the early 2000s. So this piece was on eBay. One of the workers at Filmation, they were doing different figures that were signed by Lou. It came with a letter, and knowing that Lou had done the voice of Orko, that was the one I had wanted, and was lucky enough to win that one. I do have an overall goal. My current goal is to be a completionist of the Origins line. I don't think I'm going to go into the sidelines such as the Ninja Turtles crossover or anything like that, but I would like to have all the vintage figures that are redone in the Origins scale. I do want to collect more of the animation cells. I'm currently trying to collect the first Masters of the Universe commercial. I want to have a cell that has each character that appeared. Beastman and Merman are in it for all of like 2 seconds, and they are a tough one to find. As well as Battle Cat. I did come across a Battle Cat one, but the price was just kind of out of my price point, unfortunately. Am I proud of my collection? Of course I'm proud of my collection. I have it all displayed everywhere. But you know, I would say that my collection is kind of a corner of my life. It's not everything. I do love sports and golf. So a lot of times, you know, my family and friends, they know I collect Masters of the Universe, but probably not to this extent. I would say that, you know, when I'm gifted things in that nature, it's usually golf or something sports related as opposed to Masters of the Universe. But I do feel very proud of what I've collected, yes. You know, and I definitely feel blessed where I've been able to reside because, you know, I've been able to attend San Diego Comic-Con, PowerCon for nearly 10 years, and meeting so many great people, from people that have worked on the show, to the original artists, to even some of the fandom, you know, people like James Eatock, who now pretty much works for Masters of the Universe, as well as, you know, Lou Scheimer, Rudy Obrero, Errol McCarthy, and, you know, being able to meet these people and meeting your heroes. Roger Sweet and Mark Taylor, super nice guys. Mark Taylor was one of the nicest guys I had ever met. Him and his wife Rebecca were amazing. One of the top moments in my life was twinning out with him at PowerCon, and that's something very special to me. I am on Instagram currently. I'm actually wearing a shirt that was done by a fellow Instagrammer, Retro Bacon. She designed my logo under Eternian Royalty. I'm also looking into doing a YouTube channel. What that's going to entail, I'm still working on it, but that's something I kind of want to have planned for 2024, so stay tuned. I would say that collecting Masters of the Universe is probably the closest thing I could get to a time machine to get that feeling of going back into my childhood. And, you know, like I was saying earlier with the nostalgia, seeing that red and blue rock and the different characters and the colorful characters, it just takes me right back to, you know, the early 80s and walking down that toy aisle and seeing that. And the reason I've been getting, you know, one on card and one to open is also that same thing. It's having that feeling of opening one up, checking it out, doing the action features, and checking that kind of stuff out.
This is Creature Vision at the Frida Cinema tonight.
But thanks so much for everybody coming out. Thanks so much for Unbox Industries for helping us put this thing together. Thanks for having us again. Thanks for standing up today. And thanks Headlock and Knuckle and all the team for letting us have this opportunity to make it bigger. So yeah, if we could have the guys that people actually care about come up, Knuckle, Ken. Yeah, thanks for coming out for our little 3D con party.
Yeah, excellent.
Take care.
I'm Jesse, Hackham Figures. We're here at beautiful Santa Ana at the Frida Theater at Creature Vision here. This is my first one. Being a movie buff, decided to come check it out. Just seen Demoni or Demons, one of my favorite movies. Obviously the toy part is amazing, and I like how they edit the movie with like commercials, and they do like a lottery system, so it's kind of fair for everyone. Cool mix of people here. Thought it was a cool event.
I come out for the crew, come out for the people, and come out for the fun event. And I just thought it was going to be really cool with the video and just a totally different kind of event. I didn't plan to go to DCon, so I thought if I'm going to go to one event to see all the people and go out. And of course, I came out to get this toy. I had to come out to get this toy. That is for sure.
Check this out. It's an original design by Christopher Ulrich. I mean, this guy's the and he just drew this for me on a really large piece of toilet paper. Knuckle. I'm really stoked to get this, actually. So just to be serious, we're at the Creature Vision, Creature Bazaar event, pre-opening night before DCon. And I'm really stoked to have got this. So, and I got some toys too. We got this Dario Argento Deep Red license toy that apparently glows in the dark. We got a Micro Run Great Galu painted by Brandon of Blitzkrieg Toys fame. Super, super hard to get. I had to fight off the other guy who was after this. Obviously I like getting the toys, but it's good seeing friends. I know loads of people here. And I see people that I haven't seen in ages. I'm seeing people from Japan one of the guys here, I haven't seen him since pre-pandemic. Loads of toy makers, collectors. You meet fun people like Junkyard Kid and Krusty Mouse. Yeah, I'd never meet people like that otherwise. A lot of those people are kind of kept away from human consumption, but here, everyone's welcome. I love that. Yeah, that's what keeps me coming back, even though it's a really long drive on a Thursday night in LA traffic.
Draculazo! Happy birthday!
I started working professionally in 1980, believe it or not. I started my career at Roger Corman's. The first movie I worked on was called Battle Beyond the Stars. And I was working with another newcomer at the time by the name of James Cameron. And I don't know whatever happened to him, but I'm doing really well. My name is Alec Gillis, and I am a practical creature effects designer. I was always interested in movies that were of a fantastical nature. My father loved films like that. He introduced me to the work of Ray Harryhausen. My dad would wake me up at probably 9 p.m. When I was 5 years old. I remember he said, "You gotta come see this." He pulled me out and I stood in front of the TV kind of sleepy-eyed and watched skeletons come up out of the ground and sword fight. And it was just burned in my brain. It was just such a weird concept but also I was trying to figure out how it was done. And in retrospect, I think my father was probably prodding me and going, how do you think they did that, you know? And he was the one who explained to me that it was stop motion, one frame at a time, and the models were only this big. And so that kind of started my insatiable curiosity about special effects. And then when I was 12 or 13, I saw a magazine called Castle of Frankenstein, and it had Talos from Jason and the Argonauts on the cover. And I started flipping through it and just seeing all my favorite monsters, the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, oh, that Cyclops, the Hydra, which is a phenomenal design still to this day. And I realized that it was all the work of one person, Ray Harryhausen. And that's when it really clicked in my head that, you know, people do this, and that that you can have a life of creative expression. And that was it for me. I was very fortunate as a kid to have two very supportive parents who got divorced. And the divorce was actually the best thing that could have happened to me, because my mother became very kind of encouraging and permissive of what I was doing, because, you know, she was now essentially raising me by herself. So she wanted to make sure that I had hobbies. So she allowed me to take over her two-car garage in Santa Ana. And I started building things there, stop motion puppets and makeups and little miniature sets and so on. And she even had the good judgment to take me to the local gun store to buy gunpowder so that I could make pyrotechnics and set them off in her garage. It all went well, and the movie is now a classic in the bottom of some waterlogged box somewhere on Super 8. But my father, on the other hand, he would take me to these movies on the military base, and we would go see like a triple feature, and they were all totally inappropriate movies. They were the Don't Tell Your Mother movies, you know, like Italian Dario Argento movies and all that kind of stuff. And I never gravitated towards the gore stuff, but I did get to see When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, which was stop motion, which is amazing Jim Danforth work. So all that stuff was kind of fueling my young brain, and I got a Minolta camera that could do slow motion, stop motion, fast motion, and I got some accessories and all that kind of stuff. So it really set me up from about age 13 through high school. I think I was a year out of high school, and I still had my workshop in my mother's garage. And a friend of my sister's who was working for Roger Corman happened to come over and see this workshop. And he's like, wow, you know, you've got talent. I could get you a job interview at Corman's if you're interested. We're working on a movie called Battle Beyond the Stars, and they need miniature builders, and, you know, you seem like a nice kid. And I said, okay. And so I made the appointment, and it was, you know, a few weeks away. And I started getting very nervous about it because I didn't have a proper portfolio or anything, you know. I was not very confident to start thinking of myself as a professional. So I had met a guy through a high school art teacher who was making films, and I went to visit this guy, and he had a portfolio. So I asked, could I bring a friend to the job interview? Because this guy, you know, he's also very talented. And I thought, well, I'll just like, he'll look professional and I'll look good. So James Cameron and I went to interview at Roger Corman's, and Jim had his portfolio, and he kind of took over the meeting and all that. And I thought, this is going great. Like, I've got I'm making a good impression. Just, you know, he's putting all the effort into it. We didn't get hired for something like 9 months afterwards, and Jim told me years later it was because they thought he was obnoxious. That's why we didn't get hired. But we did eventually get hired, and we worked together on Battle Beyond the Stars, and he did phenomenal work on that. And it was a great, it's essentially a film school, Roger Corman's, for me. And I realized, because I was going to UCLA film school at the same time, and I ended up dropping out of UCLA because Corman's was giving me a much better, more well-rounded experience than UCLA did. And years later, UCLA would not call me back to come talk to the film students there, because apparently when you don't graduate, you can't consider yourself a Bruin. USC did call me in, though. I never went to USC. Then I applied there, and I didn't make it. I didn't make the cut to the USC Film School. And yet somehow they, not UCLA, called me back to come speak to the kids there. I don't know how these things work, but and I'm not bitter about it. I'm not bitter at all. I don't know what, no matter what those people in Westwood are saying, I'm fine with it. Sorry, that just petered out to a bullshit. I'm often asked, like, how do I do my job? What does it mean to be a creature effects designer, creature effects creator? And it is a wide-ranging job, and it's a kind of a wide-ranging skill set. I started off as an artist, a freelance artist, working for various studios and creative people, including Stan Winston, who was my mentor. I worked on Aliens and Predator, Monster Squad, a bunch of fun 80s movies for Stan. And I was a sculptor, I was a designer, I would do sketches, I would conceptualize. And as I developed my skills, I kind of moved into managing crews and managing entire effect sequences. And then the natural progression after that was to start my own company, which I did in 1988. I started Amalgamated Dynamics Incorporated, or ADI, with Tom Woodruff, who was my business partner. And then I made the shift a little bit more into art direction. So whereas I used to be very hands-on, I'd try to sculpt something in every movie we'd do, maybe the head of a creature or some prominent part of it. And that became less and less practical as the size of the jobs expanded. So probably by the time of Alien versus Predator, that job was so massive that it's just impossible to have your hands and your nose in clay and still be supervising the rest of the job. And that's okay. I just sort of transitioned into a different kind of artist, and I get great joy out of bringing teams of creative people together and seeing what they bring to the process. I direct the parameters, but I'm always interested to see, how far an artist can take something, given that it needs to perform to the specs of the script and what the director's looking for. But it's good because over the years I've been able to kind of remove my ego a little bit more from the process, because the films belong to the director. They're not my film. I have a great responsibility within those projects, but I'm there to support the storyteller, and I love having those relationships with directors, close creative relationships. It's a playground for me. I get to have the most talented people who design mechanical articulations. I get to have the best artists and sculptors, painters, mold makers, technical people, fur workers. There's so many different departments and so many wonderful, talented people. I'm very lucky to be in this position. The most challenging projects to me usually aren't the technical aspects of it, it's the human aspect. Like, the technical stuff is fun, the artistic creativity is fun. We as human beings complicate our lives. So that has become, as I've gotten older, I've realized that's the biggest challenge, is how do we work together to create the best possible result. And I'm very pleased that my team has been together literally for decades in some cases. And so the communication is very easy, and I know exactly, where their strengths are, so we can capitalize on those. In terms of difficulty, Goro from Mortal Kombat was a very difficult character to create, because I think we only had 3 months maybe, and it was a mechanical marvel that really had me stressing. But it was a good learning experience. But probably in terms of big scope, maybe the biggest job that we've done was the first Alien versus Predator, which had about 15 predators and about 15 aliens. Had a giant queen alien, had eggs and chest bursters. It was a lot of detail, but that was a very smooth running show. So luckily we had done that drill before on other Alien films. But I've had so many projects that were just wonderful experiences. I'm very lucky in that way. If you have a lot of bad experiences, it can kind of beat you down and make you jaded. And when I'm asked which of my creatures are my most favorite or which I'm most proud of, it's very difficult to pick because I associate success with not so much the success of the movie, although that's great. That is wonderful if it reaches a lot of people, but I associate it with like how satisfying was the process, who were the people I was working with. And then I guess over time, what movies resonate with people for the longest, deepest impact. And the place when I am reminded of the impact of this work in general, and my work specifically, is when I go to a convention and somebody says, "Hey, look at this," and they pull up their sleeve and they've got a tattoo of some creature I designed. Pumpkinhead is one. Like, not a lot of people know about Pumpkinhead, but the ones who do know about it are absolute nuts for it, and I love that because it was a little low-budget movie, Stan Winston's directorial debut. We had a blast on it. It was almost too much fun to think like, is this really going to be a good movie? Because it's so fun to work on. But it has become a cult favorite. And I was at a convention, a guy had a tattoo of Pumpkinhead on his arm, and he had me sign under the tattoo, and I thought, okay, one shower and that's gone. And he runs over, he says, and he runs over to there was a tattoo booth, and he got my signature tattooed on his arm under Pumpkinhead. And I thought two things. I thought, this is amazing to have had this kind of impact on someone. And this guy needs mental health care desperately. Let's see, how long have I been doing this? It is going on, let's see, what's the math? 43 years? Staying in the business for as long as I have, and as long as I intend to, which is until I drop dead. You have to constantly look for ways for the work to stay fresh and exciting. And I have a lot of ways that it still is exciting. Like, I always look forward to it. When a project comes in, I just look forward to working with these people I've got, with my crew. And to be able to go out and say, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is the mission. And everybody gets excited and we gear up and it's a blast. It's like you're gonna climb the Himalayas together or something. And then I also love working with young filmmakers. And at this point, almost every filmmaker is younger than me. I used to be a whiz kid, right? I used to be like too young to be in the business. And people would sort of poo-poo you because you couldn't have experience or whatever. And now I'm on the other end of that, and it's been a fascinating journey. And it's a really nice place to be. I mean, to have a big body of work to point to, and to have people who know my work without me having to sit down and show them a portfolio or like pitch myself. They're already familiar with the work. Not only is it an ego stroke, which is nice, but it's a great shorthand communication because they can refer to things I've done in the past. And I want to hear what didn't work for them as well as what did work for them. In terms of influences and inspiration, there are plenty of things to be inspired by now. I think that with social media, for all the bad stuff it brings, you can certainly find tons and tons of good stuff. And Instagram has opened my eyes as to how much talent there is all over the world. That's inspiring to me, and humbling. And it kind of puts you into a perspective that if other artists had had the opportunities that I've had, they could be in my shoes as well. And so it sort of puts it in perspective that I value where I am more. So I want to do right by all those struggling artists, and I want to do right by the artists that I employ, and I want to just continue making great characters for films for as long as I possibly can. I started off in life collecting comic books. When I was really little, like 9 years old, I wanted to be a comic book artist. Then as I segued into actually becoming a professional and making things for movies, I collected weird things that would be like references for sculptures, like You know, I had like castings of ostrich feet and, you know, Guy the gorilla from the London Zoo. Somebody had a face cast of that, and those oddities I kind of preferred. I don't, at this point in my life, I don't collect things from movies. And I say that, but I'm surrounded by stuff from my own films. But I don't have things at home. I don't surround myself with it. I don't know if it's because I like having this place as a place of all that creativity. I don't need to be looking at it 24 hours a day. I'm just in a different position, I think, than a lot of collectors are. I love that people collect stuff. I always think of it as a little bit like religion, right? Like a theater is sort of like a church. You go to the theater and you have a moving, emotional experience in the way that people who go to church have that moving experience. Then, in order to recapture that feeling of emotion and the swell and inspiration and the great feeling you had when watching the movie, you have your idol, right? Like you have a statue of your saint, whatever. It might be Iron Man. This is going to get me in trouble, isn't it? Both with Marvel and the Catholic Church. Great. Honestly, I used to think like, wait, people are collecting all this? Why? Look at all the money you spend on that crap. But now I understand that it keeps you in touch with your imagination. That's very important for people. And I'm very happy to be part of that. If somebody has a little figure of you know, some character that I've worked on or designed, that's pretty great. I've helped that person tap into that you know, cosmic collective imagination that all human beings have. But myself, I don't really collect. Advice I give to young artists, it's difficult to give advice because the landscape is so different than when I got in. You know, like when I got in, I think there was very little information on how to make things and how to build things. You know, you had to kind of trial by error and you had to slog through all the mistakes and drive around to find the materials. The delivery systems weren't quite there. And then now there is much more access to information. So you can have success at creating things early, but you also have more competition. There's more people doing it. Like when I was young, I felt like I was all by myself. I discovered that there were conventions, and you'd go there and like, oh look, these people make masks too, and there was a little bit of a community there, but nothing like there is today. So there's positives in both scenarios. My advice though to young artists is to, first of all, learn traditional art. And that doesn't necessarily even mean that you have to go to classes or what have you, because I know some really brilliant artists that never took an art class in their life, but get proficient at it, at sketching, sculpting, painting, you know, as much as you can. But then also learn the digital tools as well. Learn the ZBrushes and Photoshop, painting software and all that kind of stuff. Be a well-rounded artist, because even if you're just doing it for yourself, the bigger your toolkit is, the more fun you're going to have. And if you're planning to become a professional, the bigger your toolkit is, the more likely you will be to get hired. You got to have a great attitude. You got to have a thick skin, especially if you're going to go into it. If you're not just doing it in your room for yourself, and that's fine, you know. But if you're going to make things that you're presenting to a client or to a supervisor or to the public in hopes of, you know, getting paid for it, it has to satisfy something other than just yourself. And also, if you can learn some business too, that's the most difficult thing for artists, I think, is we're naturally kind of introverted because in order to get good at your skill, you have to spend time with yourself and in your own head and doing the thing, right? Which means that you, by nature, have to disconnect yourself from other people. And that kind of can stunt us in a way. It stunts us in how we communicate, how we sell ourselves. We have this idea that we're too bashful then to like get out there and pitch yourself and sell yourself. But if you're gonna make a living at it, you really have to. You have to be a really good salesperson, and then also learn some things about managing money, saving money, managing money, what to spend on, what not to spend on. I don't advise that you collect things because it's expensive. When you work in the movie business, you work with some very passionate people, and some of them are legendarily passionate, and a lot of directors are that way because they have to be. They have to have that amount of energy to carry them through 2 years of production making a movie, and I always try to support the director. Paul Verhoeven is a guy who I would call extremely passionate. I worked for Paul on Starship Troopers and Hollow Man, and he is, I don't know, some people have called him a raving lunatic. I think that's unfair. I think Paul is extremely passionate, and he expects you to be just as passionate. But I remember there was a time when, on Starship Troopers, when they were going to shoot this scene with the brain bug, which is the giant creature that controls all the bugs, right? And we had the cast, the cast was ready to go. It was going to shoot the next day. And I had told production that we needed 2 full days to get our bug from the base camp down through these kind of treacherous paths through Wyoming, the desert of Wyoming, down into these canyon badlands. And it's got to be set up just so, and then we have to rehearse it. So in the process of that, it took a full day just to get the creature trucked from its previous location. So basically the schedule was all screwed up. We had this incredible thunderstorm that came up right in the middle of the move, where we had to like take the thing apart and cover it up. It was really like everything was aligned against us. So on the day before, we had just gotten it set up, and Paul Verhoeven came out to inspect it, and I said to him and the producing team, I said, I just have to tell you all that we just got this installed and we have not had our full day of rehearsal. So if there's any way that you could rearrange the schedule so that, and before I even got that out, Paul was in my face. He was livid, but he was staring me right in the face saying, "Are you telling me that you have not rehearsed this creature as agreed upon?" And I knew him well enough to know that he was searching for any sign of fear or trepidation. So I did not break contact and I did not blink, and I said, "Yes, Paul, that's exactly what I'm telling you." And he said, "What is the reason for this?" And I explained to him, we've had weather, we've had blah, 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 blah. And I thought he was just gonna like fire me on the spot. He was just so angry. And he looked at me for a second, and then he turned around and yelled at the producers and said, "Shame on all of you for not giving this man the time that he needs." And he stormed off and stood by a boulder with his back to us and thought about it. And then he came back and he said, "All right, we're gonna shoot something else tomorrow, and we'll come back to you, that'll give you a full day." Cool. And we walk away, and one of the producers who'd just gotten yelled at comes up to me and he says, "Why didn't you just lie?" And I said, "Because I'm not a producer." Well, I started my career around the time of Road Warrior that Mel Gibson was in. So I, for my entire life, have heard, "Oh, you look like Mel Gibson." And that was cool for a while until people started to tell me I looked like Mel Gibson's mugshot. And that, I think, is where I'm going to draw a line. I love Mel Gibson, but it's interesting. I have all these, if you go to my Instagram, did I mention Alec_Gillis? You'll see pictures of me from the 80s on, and I'm kind of, I've gone through my Mel Gibson phase, I think, and now I'm becoming more, well, people have told me I look like Will Ferrell now, and also Simon Cowell. Moving forward with this creature work that I've been doing now for 4 decades, I'm not done yet. And even though my previous company is now a thing of the past, I started a new venture called Studio Gillis. And that is essentially the same as it's always been, which is me making monsters with my favorite people. So look for that new name in the credits coming up soon. We've done a few projects and you'll start seeing that. I also have another company under the same roof that is a miniature effects company called Pro Machina. And we've done a few projects now that you'll be seeing coming up soon. But what I love about this is that I get to live my dream of having both miniature and full-scale effects under one roof. So it gives me joy to know that I'm keeping this art alive. I'm helping keep it alive. There's a lot of us that are out there working very hard to bring you real stuff, real effects. So hopefully you'll stick with us in this continuing adventure. The timing of starting Studio Gillis was kind of interesting. My business partner and I had agreed to fold up the previous company, and that was my cue to start a new company. But it was just about a couple of months before the writer's strike started. So for the next 7 months then, we had the writers and the Screen Actors Guild strike happening. So that's been a little rough. I moved into a nice big 11,000 square foot facility and realized that the jobs were not necessarily going to come in. So I don't really mind talking about this stuff because I think that a lot of times we, as artists, like to kind of show all the fun and, you know, the inspirational stuff, which is good. That's the most important aspect. But a lot of people are interested in how do you survive as a business? What's the business model for a creature effects studio? When there is a strike happening, there is no income. I mean, there are some things that were outside the strike, like luckily we worked on a music video that had a cool character in it. Music videos weren't covered. They weren't part of the streaming thing, so we could do that. I did do some effects for the Fede Alvarez Alien movie that started before the strike, so I was able to kind of, that helped us. But there have been times during this strike like, oh, this is a day like Uncut Gems, like what Adam Sandler's character went through. And it's stressful, you know. I have this habit, I chew my thumbs. My crew knows this about me. They know when I'm dealing with anxiety, they just look at my thumbs. And I try not to take it out on them, I just chew my thumbs. So there's a lot of thumb chewing days during the strike. I know that there's a lot of negativity towards the unions for striking. I'm technically in both of those unions, although I'm only active in the Screen Actors Guild. And I have to say that this was a turning point. I mean, like for a long time, the streaming networks have been able to kind of like just not report to anybody what their true income is. And to hide that from people is a little, you know, it's not cool. AI is another thing that, you know, particularly actors have to be very careful about, but everybody does to an extent, but actors really have to be careful about it. So I understand why the strikes had to happen. It's just tough because it really affects a lot of other people in other unions as well. So all I can say is that I'm very glad that it's over, that it resolved. It seems to have resolved pretty well. So yeah, tough time, in debt, chewed thumbs. I think that's the wrap up. As far as social media goes, you'll only find me on Instagram, Alec_Gillis. But you might want to check out our YouTube channel, which was from my previous company, ADI, Studio ADI's channel on YouTube. We have over 300 videos there of behind the scenes footage of how we did all this movie magic going back decades that you might find interesting. As much as I try to control my ego, yeah, I'm very proud of what I've achieved. I've kind of like done what little 12-year-old Alec set out to do, which was to become a monster maker, to make a living at it and to be good at it. And I feel like I have done that, but I haven't by any means done it alone, you know. For 34 years, I had a creative and business partner in Tom Woodruff in the previous company, ADI, and I still have people who work with me and for me on my crew who've been with me for decades. So if I were to have been a solo artist, you know, and sort of like maybe like a Dick Smith, you know, was a little bit more of a solo, smaller scale, I don't know that I would have taken it as far as I did. I feel like as much as I was a loner in the beginning, I'm so glad that I included other people into the process because I've been able to have a lot more fun and get a lot more done that way. Caroline McFarland Watts, that's the one that, the artist that inspires me the most. She's got a nickname, we call her Shortbread.